All right, good evening, everyone. This is meeting number 8 of the Building, Planning, and Environmental Committee meeting. I'm Councillor William Riley. I'll be the chair of this meeting tonight. Just to state for the record, today's date's Tuesday, October 12th, 2021, and it's approximately almost 20 after 5. Notice to the public, due to efforts to contain the spread of COVID-19 and to protect all individuals, the council chambers will remain closed. We remain not open to attend council meetings until further notice. Members of the public who wish to participate by oral comments for matters that are on the agenda must attend by virtual through a Zoom link in advance by emailing jdyson@westlincoln.ca by October 12th, 2021 before 4:30 p.m. Those who wish to observe the meeting may view now through the exciting live stream option, which can be found on the council and committee calendar websites. Going to the first order of business here, we're going to go around the room and see if there's any disclosure of any pecuniary interest and or conflict of interest. Anybody have any conflicts of interest or pecuniary interest? Oh, I see Councillor Braderick.
Yes, I have a conflict of interest for under public meetings, item 6.2, due to the location of that property to my primary house.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Looking back around the room here, anybody else have any other pecuniary or conflict of interest? Not seeing or hearing any. We're going to move forward to confidential matters. It's recommended that the next portion of this meeting to be closed to the public to consider the following pursuant to section 239, subsection 2 of the Municipal Act 2001. 2.1, Township Solicitor Woody McCraig and Director of Planning and Building Brian Treble, re-legal matter, confidential recommendation report PD-114-2021, commencing court injunction, property located on Regional Road 14 in contravention of the zoning bylaw for cannabis production. And the applicable closed session exemptions are litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And 2.2, we stream Kevin Jack, education and training, live streaming, council and standing committee training. So we're going to be getting some training as well, so we know how to do this. And the applicable closed session exemptions are: the meeting is held for the purpose of educating or training the members of council. During the meeting, no members discusses or otherwise deals with any matter in a way that materially advances the business or decision making of the council, local board, and or committee. So at this point, I'm going to ask for a mover. I have Mayor Bylsma. Seconder will be Councillor Trombetta. And all those in favor? Perfect. I see that we're officially closed now, and we'll be back shortly for those who are watching. All right, we're back. I'd like to thank everyone for their patience and waiting there. The recommendation I have before me that the committee meeting now resumes in open session at the hour of 6:36 p.m. and that item P9721, Township Solicitor Woody McCraig and Director in Planning and Building Brian Treble, legal matter, confidential recommendation report PD-114-2021, commencing court injunction, property located on Regional Road 14 in contravention of the zoning bylaw for cannabis production, and that recommendation report PD-114-2021 regarding confidential recommendation report, bylaw enforcement report, confidential commencing court injunction, property located on Regional Road 14 in contravention of the zoning bylaw for cannabis production, dated October 12th, 2021, be received, and that staff proceed as directed in closed session, as well as we had education and training, live streaming, council and standing committee meeting training. So if I can get a mover, I have Councillor Ganane and a seconder, Councillor Yonker.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt you. Can we get a mover and seconder just to come out of closed session?
Oh, correct. Okay, so I'm gonna have Councillor or Mayor Bylsma and Councillor Braderick. All those in favor? Okay, we're in open session. Apologize. So going back to what I just read there, my mover was Councillor Ganane and my seconder was Councillor Yonker. I'm going to call the question for the confidential item. All those in favor? Okay, that passes as well. So we're going to move things forward. So again, welcome everyone. I'm going to make a couple statements here or comments here. Due to the efforts to contain the spread of COVID-19 and to protect all individuals, the council chambers will not be open to the public to attend standing committee and council meetings until further notice. Public may submit comments for matters that are on the agenda to jdyson@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 on the day of the meeting. Comments submitted will be considered as public information and will be read into the public record. To let you all know, this meeting will be recorded and available on the township website within 48 hours of this meeting, unless otherwise notified. As well, just to let you know, we are live streaming, so that will actually be slightly tweaked for the future as well. Moving forward to our land acknowledgement statement, on behalf of the members of council and staff, we wish to acknowledge this land on which the Township of West Lincoln operates. The land on which we gather is to traditional territory of Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples and still home to many of the indigenous peoples today. We are grateful to have the opportunity to work here today and to follow the values of Haudenosaunee, systems of blending laws and values of the Anishinaabes beliefs, to strive to live in harmony and balance throughout the municipality. We acknowledge that we are all treaty people and accept our responsibility to honor all our relations. So again, I'm going to ask, is there any other disclosure of pecuniary conflict of interest? I know we had one noted at the beginning there, which was Councillor Braderick, 6.2. But it was, if anybody else has anything else, this is the time to voice it. And not hearing any, I'm going to move forward to my other screen here. So tonight we have a couple of public meetings. First public meeting is item 6.1, zoning bylaw amendment, post-time services. And to let you know, this is a public meeting to consider a zoning bylaw amendment application submitted for post-time services, file number 160101321. The Planning Act requires in section 3412 that before passing a zoning bylaw amendment, council must hold at least one public meeting for the purpose of informing the public in respect to the amendment. The purpose of this public meeting is to receive, comment, and answer questions from the public regarding the amendment to the Township of West Lincoln zoning bylaw. We stress that at this point, no decision has been made on the proposed amendment, and any comments received will be taken into account by council in their consideration. The Planning Act also requires through section 3413 that council advise the public that if a person or public body does not make an oral submission at a public meeting or make a written submission to the Township of West Lincoln before a bylaw is passed, that person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of council for the Township of West Lincoln to the Ontario Land Tribunal, also known as OLT. Would the deputy clerk please advise the method and dates by which notice of the public meeting was given?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proper notice was given by way of mail distribution, as well as a yellow sign posted on the subject property and a posting on the township's website on September 9th, 2021.
Excellent. Thank you, Jessica. Will the planner number 2, Madison Etzel, please explain the purpose and reason for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. An application for zoning bylaw amendment has been submitted by Kevin Vanderweer of Post Time Services for the property municipally known as 4141 Canberra Road. This application was applied for to fulfill a condition of consent for severance file B08 2021 WL. This application proposes to rezone the previously severed 2.13 acre parcel, which was severed from the property located at 4141 Canberra Road, and landowner title merged with post-time property located at 4061 Canberra Road from agricultural to agricultural related. This zoning application proposes to rezone the newly sized agricultural parcel located at 4141 Canberra Road from agricultural to agricultural with a site-specific exception to recognize a deficient agricultural lot size of 2.322 hectares, whereas 40 hectares is a required minimum. The purpose of the zoning is to allow post-time services to expand their successful agricultural related operation. The subject property is designated good general agriculture in the township's official plan and zoned agriculture and agriculture related in the township zoning bylaw. Agriculture related zone permits commercial uses and industrial uses that are directly related to agricultural uses in the area, require a location that is in close proximity to agricultural uses, and directly provides products and services to agricultural uses. As this application will result in the extension of an agricultural related business, site plan approval will be required. Township staff did not receive any comments from the circulated agencies. There have been no public comments either, and township staff will collect comments regarding this application and will bring forward a recommendation report at a future planning committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madison. So I'm going to go and ask if the applicant or their authorized agent is present to speak to the application. So is anybody here in the virtual gallery present to speak to this? I'll just glance to the room here. Not seeing any. I'll just go one more time in case I'm missing it. No. All right. So I'll assume that nobody's here to speak to this, which is fine. Moving to public submissions. Are there any oral or written? Councilor Yonker, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah, Kevin Weir just chatted that he was here, but I don't think he didn't want, I don't know if he wanted to speak or not. But Kevin Weir did, I seen on the chat that he mentioned that he was here.
All right. So does Kevin wish to speak to this? Kevin, I'll give you another quick second before I move on. All right, so I'm just going to move forward for now. We can always come back if they're having some kind of technical glitch. So at this point, are there any oral written submissions from anyone present on the Zoom meeting regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendment? I'd like to stress that at this point, this may be the only public meeting held with respect to the application. Therefore, if any members of the public that are in attendance at the Zoom meeting would like to make their comments or provide a written comment, they should do so now by using one of the two options. If you're using a computer or smartphone, you're going to click the raise your hand control, which can be found in the Zoom options list displayed on your screen. 2, using a landline. I think I saw one landline. Using a landline or telephone number, you're going to dial star. This will notify staff you've raised your hand. Once you've been acknowledged to speak, please unmute your microphone. It is important to provide your comments now. And if you've not done so in writing or verbally, as the OLT, Ontario Land Tribunal, may not consider comments made during any other council and or committee meeting. Also, anyone wishing to speak are required to unmute the microphone to talk, and then once they finish, we do ask that you mute your microphone again. Prior to speaking, prior to speaking, please provide your name and address for the record. So at this point, I'm going to look around the room again and see if anybody would like to speak to this, if they have any questions or comments. Not seeing any. I'll give one more minute here, a few more seconds here. Again, not seeing any, so I'm going to move forward. Do any members of committee or have any oral written submissions on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment? Please note to members of committee must make their comments now, as the OLT may not consider comments made at any other council and or committee meeting. Any members of committee wishing to speak are asked to unmute their microphone to talk, and then once they're finished, we do ask that you remute your microphone. So members of committee, do we have anything that you would like to say or ask? Oh, I see Councilor Rayner.
Yes, Mr. Chair, through to Madison. Did you say this is 2.13 acres? or 2.13 hectares, and the minimum is supposed to be 40 acres or 40 hectares. Can you clarify that for me, please?
So Madison, are you there? So I'm going to go to our director. I just see him pop on here.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm not fully versed on the issue here, but I know that there is a deficiency in terms of lot size. The commercial property does not have the same deficiency that the agricultural property does, but the agricultural property is already substantially deficient from the bylaw. And so from staff's review, the fact that we are taking a little over 2 acres off an already deficient property, we don't have to evaluate it against the 40 hectares. We evaluate it against its original. So the original lot size was non-complying. And by reducing it, you're really just reducing the existing, not from the 40. So it's minor in relative to the situation that's there and appropriate under the circumstances in our view, but we'll get to that in the recommendation report.
Does that answer your question there, Councilor Rayner?
Yeah, I guess it'll be all right. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And not seeing anybody else, I'm going to move forward to final statement. So please be advised that a technical report is being considered by the committee this evening and that a recommendation report will be forthcoming to a future committee and or council meeting. Please also be advised that once committee and or council has made a decision with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment, and if approved by council, a notice of its passing will be circulated with an appeal period. If you wish to be notified of council's decision, please, we do ask that you email our township clerk, Joanne Shime, at jshime@westlincoln.ca. This can also be found on the township website. Anyone who's interested in observing council and our committee discussions about a particular bylaw should not solely rely on mailed notices and thus miss the opportunity to attend applicable meetings. It is suggested that you should watch the township website for posting of agendas to review the items that will be discussed at council and our committee meetings. The agendas for the meetings are posted on the township website after 4 p.m. on Friday prior to the meeting. Additionally, meeting schedules are noted on the township website for the public to view. If you wish to receive notices by email, it is suggested that you contact the township clerk to advise of your request and include your email address along with your mailing address and your phone number. So at this point, this public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is concluded at the hour of 6:49 p.m. All right, so we're going to just move on to the next item. So it's item P121. And this is, oh, maybe I read the wrong one there. I'll get that after. Yeah, it's this one's the sorry, so ignore the item number I just said. So it's zoning bylaw amendment JCT services. And that this public meeting is to consider a zoning bylaw amendment application submitted for JCT services file number 1601-014-21. The agent is Eldon Darbison. The Planning Act requires under Section 3412 that before passing a zoning bylaw amendment, council must hold at least one public meeting for the purpose of informing the public in respect of the amendment. The purpose of this public meeting is to receive comments and answer questions from the public regarding the amendment to the Township of West Lincoln zoning bylaw. We stress that at this point, no decision has been made on the proposed amendment, and any comments received will be taken into account by council in their consideration. As well, the Planning Act also requires through Section 3413 that council advise the public that if a person or public body does not make any oral submissions at the public meeting or make written submissions to the Township of West Lincoln before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of council for the Township of West Lincoln to the Ontario Land Tribunal, also known as OLT. Would the deputy clerk please advise the method and dates by which the notice of the public meeting was given?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proper notice was given by way of mail distribution as well as a yellow sign posted on the subject property and posting on the township's website on September 9th, 2021.
Excellent. Thank you, Jessica. Will the Director of Planning and Building, Brian Treble, please explain the purpose and reason for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This application is dealing with a property on Concession 4 Road, legally described as Concession 5, Part Lot 39. The property is almost 20 hectares in size, so roughly 50 acres. It has approximately 0.9 hectares used for residential purposes right now, 0.77 hectares used for a business described as a contractor's establishment. And the application is to change the zoning to allow this contractor's establishment to legally operate on the property. We had received a complaint, so this is a process that's been initiated as a result of a complaint of a property not operating in accordance with the agricultural zone that is presently on site. So the application as submitted, Mr. Chair, proposes to rezone about 5% of the property from agricultural to ag-related. That allows for commercial use. Their description is that they want to add the permission for an agricultural service and supply establishment, as well as an agriculturally related use and a contractor's yard. The application also proposes to reduce some setbacks from the road allowance and from an adjacent non-farm residential use that is in proximity to the property. And there is also a provision to eliminate the requirement for landscaped open space that's been asked for, as well as a portion of the property that they are willing to recognize as an environmental area, and are proposing that that area be rezoned from agricultural to environmental conservation EC as part of this application as well. The consultant, Mr. Darbison, has submitted a planning justification report. Staff have undertaken a preliminary review of that report. There are still some questions in our mind with respect to the agricultural nature of the property. In fact, I believe towards the end of the report, in the conclusion section, staff have identified 6 questions that they feel need to be operated before we can provide a recommendation report to the committee on this application. In the meantime, however, our circulation did result in some comments from the Conservation Authority, identifying that there is some significant environmental features, including some fish habitat in the area, and they're talking about sediment and erosion control measures being required. Niagara Region Planning and Development Services offer no objections so long as it is an agriculturally related use that does get approved for the property. And finally, the Township Building Department has identified that building permits will be needed. There is a proposal for a 750 square meter accessory building to be added. So it is identified on the draft site plan as a proposed new building. All of that is subject to staff's review. Tonight, Mr. Chair, there's a technical report that's provided. And as I've indicated, staff do have some questions, but for the purposes of this process tonight, we're seeking input from the applicant and the public with respect to the proposal before us so that we can prepare our recommendation report.
Thank you, sir. So at that point, is the applicant or their authorized agent present to speak to this?
Yes, Eldon Darbison, I'm here to make a presentation.
Perfect. So if I could just, Eldon, if I could just get you to state your name and your address for the record, that'd be great.
Absolutely. My name is Eldon Darbison. I work for G. Douglas Valley Limited in Simcoe on 2 Talbot Street North, and I will be making that presentation on behalf of our client, Joe DeJulio, JCT Services.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd be happy to do so. Do I have screen sharing permission?
Yes, please go ahead.
You do.
Thank you so much. Oops, my mistake. Screen share 2. There we go. Is the presentation available to everybody?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you very much. So this is our project, 7005 Concession Road. This is, as Mr. Treble mentioned, an application for a zoning bylaw amendment for the addition of agriculturally related uses. I work for G. Douglas Valley Limited. We're professional consulting engineers, architects, and land use planners. My name is Eldon Darvison. I am a registered professional planner, and our client is JCT Services, care of Joe DeUlio, who is the applicant and owner. So this property, it's located northeast corner of Castor Gainsborough Town Line Road and Concession Road 4 in Smithville. It is just slightly under 20 hectares in size, and it is primarily farmed. So the property currently is it's farmed. There's a dwelling and an amenity space, and there's also the JCT Services business area. And it also has a visual barrier berm that is also seen on that site plan drawing. What's being proposed is to recognize the existing and to allow for agriculturally related uses, including a stockpile area and a future building. JCT Services has 2 full-time employees plus the owner and provides services for the agricultural community. There are several components to JCT Services. The business provides storage and distribution services to the local area, including grain, which comes from the local area fields, which are shipped to drying and storage facilities, soils, manure, and aggregate lime to spread as nutrients over production lands, and or they're used for the rehabilitation of farmland. They deliver nursery stock, trees, soil, and flowers in support of the Niagara region and Hamilton wholesale growers, and aggregates which are hauled to local area farmers for the construction purposes, including the establishment of laneways, pads, and passages between fields. So a successful zoning amendment will enhance these services to the agricultural community. Furthermore, if the amendment is approved, the business will provide commercial farm equipment repair and maintenance services to the local area. The farm equipment will be transported to the property for service and returned to the client when it's completed. Now, I would like to note this is not the main focus of the operation, but it would be offered as a service if the amendment's approved. So a small inventory of products is to be kept on site for the local convenience for when there's an urgent issue to get into local fields or to do repairs. And also water delivery services for livestock are being considered. But again, it's not a primary focus of the business. The service is intended to diversify the overall business activities to serve the farming community. So the activities of the businesses are captured under the zoning bylaw category of agriculturally related. We're proposing to limit the agricultural related area to approximately 10,113 square meters, which includes that 750 square meter accessory building, which is intended for the purpose of storing and maintaining trucks and community farm equipment. The existing and proposed serviced area is well screened with a visual barrier in the form of a vegetated berm, which will be enhanced through the site plan process. The entire service area will be approximately 5% of the total land holdings, thus reassuring the fact that this is a small-scale business where the primary use of the lands remains as a farm. So this slide and the following 5 slides are photos taken of the property to demonstrate the quality of the existing landscaping and how JCT Services areas is screened from view. So this slide is looking northwest from the road towards the berm. This slide is looking northwest at the service access from the road towards the berm. This slide is looking north at the service access from the road, and the owner's amenity area for the front yard is on the right. This slide is looking east towards the owner's dwelling from on top of the berm. This slide is looking north towards the owner's dwelling from the road. Again, the nice landscaping continues. And this slide is looking northwest from the owner's home driveway towards the JTC services area. As you can see, the lands are well landscaped and they screen the service area from view. Through the site plan application process, further landscaping enhancement to the berm would be included. So the purpose of the amendment is to add agricultural related uses. The addition of agricultural related uses does not hinder the surrounding agricultural activities, it rather provides support. The amendment will allow for the construction of a new building and an expanded usable area to better serve the agricultural community. Increasing how the business will serve agriculture is subject to achieving a successful zoning bylaw amendment. Second, the amendment to the encroachment provision is to recognize and permit the storage of trucks and outdoor storage in the front yard and within 30 meters of street line, adjacent residential use, and the top of a bank adjacent to a water course. The third component is to remove the landscaped open space requirement. So the zoning bylaw states that 10% of the property, or in this case approximately 20,000 square meters, is to be landscaped. We're suggesting that it's more appropriate to leave landscaping to the site plan process to focus its buffering effectiveness. And finally, we're rezoning a portion of the lands to an environmental conservation zone. There's water courses and fish habitat that will be protected through the rezoning of the streamlands to the environmental conservation zone. This was requested by the Conservation Authority. So truck traffic. Staff had raised some concerns about the use of trucks on a no truck road, namely Castor Gainsborough Town Line Road. JCT Services has identified there are truck routes available in the area to access the broader road network to serve the farming community. Trucks can access the subject property from Concession 4 Road to Jocelyn Road and Port Davidson Road to allow connection to 16 Road and Bismarck Road, which are main transportation routes. It's important to note here that the volume of traffic is low. Approximately 4 heavy trucks will leave in the morning and return later in the day around 5 or 6. Smaller trucks are used, or will be used, I should say, on an on-call basis. The number of trucks are limited. On-call trucks are small and do not travel frequently. And there are alternative permitted truck routes available which avoid no truck routes as demonstrated in this slide. So we did a policy compliance analysis. We reviewed provincial, regional, local policy, and we can confirm that the use is small in scale and related to agriculture. There is no regional or township official plan amendment. It's not required. Of particular interest is how the ministry's guidelines support the proposed farm-related commercial and industrial uses. This is discussed in Appendix B of the Planning Justification Report for staff's consideration. So there are several reasons listed on this slide that demonstrate the suitability of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. We are of the opinion that the amendment allows for a compatible use, is supported by provincial, regional, and local policy. It's in a suitable location to serve a broader agricultural community, and it's a benefit to the farming community. We ask that staff and council support our application, and we also recognize, as Mr. Treble had mentioned, that there are some questions, and we'd be happy to work with staff and answer those questions at a future date after this meeting. We'd like to thank everybody for allowing me to present. Both the owner and I are available to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I guess it helps if I unmute. So I'm going to ask at this point, are there any oral or written submissions from anyone present on the Zoom meeting tonight regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendment? I would like to stress that this may be the only public meeting held with respect to this application. Therefore, if any members of the public that are in attendance at this Zoom public meeting would like to make their comments or provide a written comment, they should do so now by using one of the following 2 options. One, if you're using a computer or smartphone, you're going to select the raise your hand control, which can be found in your Zoom list on your display screen there. Two, using a landline or telephone number, you're going to hit *9 and that will notify staff that you have raised your hand. We do ask that once you've been acknowledged to speak, please unmute your microphone. It is important to provide your comments now if you have not done so already in writing or verbally, as the OLT, Ontario Land Tribunal, may not consider comments made during any other council and or committee meeting. Also, anyone wishing to speak are required to unmute their microphone to talk, and once they are finished, they should remute their microphone again. Prior to speaking, we do ask that you state your name and address for the record. So that being said, are there any members present in the Zoom meeting here that would like to speak to this? Just going to scroll through the list here. If anybody's having any technical glitches, feel free to use the chat. We might be able to assist, but I give you maybe another 10 or 15 seconds. All right, not seeing any. So I'm going to move to committee. Do any members of committee have any oral written submissions on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment? Please note that members of committee must make their comments now, as the OLT may not consider comments made at any other council and or committee meeting. Any members of council wishing to speak are required to unmute their microphone to talk, and once they are finished, we do ask that you remute your microphone. So any committee members, do we have anyone who wishes to make a comment? So I have Councillor Ganane and then Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have mostly a comment. Listening to this presentation, it sounds like a fairly clear-cut, well-thought-out plan. Unfortunately, this has come to our attention because of bylaw infractions, and the fact that our bylaw have had to look at this over a period of time, many times. So the fact that our staff still have questions is very important to me in the process, and the fact that Mr. Darbison said he's willing to work with staff and get those questions answered, I think is critical to any decision that we make moving forward on this. And I just want to make that clear that sometimes things come to us and it's a well-written, well-presented justification plan. But in this case, it's a plan that's come into being after the business has been already established. And I think that we need to see that they are in fact working with our planning staff to ensure that things are in place moving forward. And that's it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor. I completely agree. Councillor Rayner.
Thank you. Further to Councillor Ganand, I too wonder if our staff have 6 questions that need to be answered. Is this not a little bit premature? The reason for the 6 questions obviously are that things have been going on, shall we say, legally prior, and that somewhere down the road they don't have a friend. But anyways, on top of that, through to Mr. Treble, how long has this business been in operation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that might be a question to have Mr. Darbison answer. I would speculate that the bylaw file is at least 4 years old.
Okay. So, Mr. Darbison, if you have an answer to that, please feel free to unmute. If not, we can move on. I'm not seeing or hearing anything, so Councillor Rayner. Oh,
sorry, I was having trouble clicking my button here.
It's okay.
So I'm not fully aware of as to how long the business has been established for. Mr. DeUlio can answer that. But as far as bylaw enforcement is concerned, Joe retained us as soon as he possibly could, and in terms of answering some of the other questions, the 6 questions that were brought up, I think it's important to note that it's interpretation of planning policy. So planners will review the same policy, but sometimes we see it differently, and we have to ask questions so that we, as municipal staff need to do, they really need to take a good look at if we're meeting the intent of policy, and we respect that. So I just want to make sure that that council does know that we will work with staff in terms of interpretation of policy, and we will absolutely answer their questions. But I do not know the full length of when the business had started.
That's okay. Thank you for responding there. So go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Treble. I find that interesting. There are 6 questions, and they're both based on the interpretation of the planning policy. But I thought our township knows what the planning policy is, and if there is any interpretation, they would already know that, and therefore these questions have come because of that.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think Councillor Rayner, you're kind of on the mark. The nature of the permitted uses in the agricultural zone are the terms that are being used in the report, but staff isn't 100% certain that that's the nature of the existing business. I think there's proposals to modify the business as part of this application, which I'm okay with. I just need to fully understand how that's all going to transition and get phased in. So it's clarity around the interpretation that's key for sure.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Treble, you're comfortable with the progress on this in the sense that you still feel that the operation can continue while this process is in continuance also?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's probably something that, to get into a lot of detail, we'd have to go in confidential just to discuss more fully. But this is kind of standard practice, that as long as there is a planning application on the table, then staff will do what we can from the township end to work with the applicants to achieve compliance. In this particular case, Mr. Darbison is the second planner, I believe, the second planner I'm aware of on the file. The first planner, I'm not sure if he retired or just lost interest in this file, but Mr. Darbison has not had the carriage of the file for the whole of the 4 years I refer to. And he's at least got it to this point. So yeah, I'm willing to work with them to see if we can get to a good spot for a recommendation report.
All right, one final question, Mr. Chair, through to Mr. Treble. There is nothing being done right now with regards to this business that would be considered non-negotiable by the township and therefore should cease?
Through you, not off the top, Mr. Chair. The one thing that I had shared with our CAO at one point, and it's a discussion point I have to have a discussion with Public Works about, their transportation linkages are perhaps interesting is the safest word to use, in the sense that they're on a gravel road and they're beside Caister-Gainsborough Town Line Road, which I believe to be a no truck route. So hence the reason for their creative linkages on 16 Road and down some of the side roads and up Port Davidson from Bismarck. So I need to more fully understand that, and I need to understand the Public Works opinions and concerns, if any, and I haven't had a chance to have that discussion yet.
If I may, one more because of this, Mr. Chair. That is a paved road, Caister-Gainsborough Town Line Road.
Yes, it is, but not concession 4, sorry.
Correct. And if they're taking roads like 16 Road, which is tar and chipped, I'm sure the load capacity of those roads is much less than a paved road like Caister-Gainsborough Town Line Road, which could jeopardize the integrity of the other roads?
Hence, through you, Mr. Chair, hence the reason for needing to discuss this with Public Works, exactly.
Good, thank you. I appreciate that, because we did a lot of work to get these roads tar and chipped, and I would not want to see them tore up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other members of the committee here looking to speak to this? Not seeing any, so I'll move forward. Please be advised that a technical report is being considered by the committee this evening and that a recommendation report will be forthcoming. Just making sure I'm unmuted there, sorry. To a future committee and or a council meeting, please also be advised that committee and or council has, once they've made a decision with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment, if approved by council, a notice of its passing will be circulated within the appeal period. If you wish to be notified of council's decision, please ensure that you email the township clerk, Joanne Shime, at jshime at westlincoln.ca. Anyone else who is interested in observing future council and or committee discussions about a particular bylaw should not solely rely on mailed notices and thus risk missing the opportunity to attend an applicable meeting. It is suggested that you watch a township website for posting of agendas to review items that will be discussed at a council and or committee meeting. The agendas for meetings are posted on the township website after 4 p.m. on the Friday prior to the meeting. Additionally, meeting schedules are also noted on the township website for the public to view. If you wish to receive notices by email, it is suggested that you contact the township clerk to advise of your request and include your mailing address as well as your phone number. So at this point, with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, is concluded at the hour of 7:16 p.m. So I will close that. All right, so give our clerk a quick second here. And then as we move forward, I'm going to go to ask members of committee and staff if there's any change in order of items on the agenda. Not seeing any there. Perfect. So we're going to move to appointments. We have 2 appointments tonight. First appointment is item P9921, Steve Weaver, Planning Consultant, Urban Boundary Expansion, and it's a PowerPoint presentation on the Urban Boundary Expansion update. So Mr. Weaver, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to be with you all again this evening. I'm just going to screen share a brief presentation. Did that come up okay? Okay.
Looks good.
Excellent. So we just had a Public Information Center, or PIC, last week, and it was well attended. I believe some of you were able to attend and hear some of the discussion that took place. For members of the public who are listening, we encourage you to go to the engagement site, plansmithville.ca, as there is still a community engagement survey available there that you can fill out and give us some of your feedback on some of the concept information that's available on the site. And that survey will be available, I believe, until October 22nd. So the purpose of tonight's presentation is really to focus in on our recommendation of a draft urban area boundary. And there is an accompanying planning staff report from staff tonight, later on your agenda as well, that gives a little bit more detail. I'll provide an overview, and what we would like to cover specifically is just to recap some of the refinements to the preliminary preferred land use concept for the study area for the master community plan for Smithville. That was briefly presented at the PIC as well as at the September 13th Planning Committee meeting. So I'll cover that one pretty quickly. Secondly, there are some draft growth forecasts that the region of Niagara has developed for all local municipalities in the region. And we've looked at those in terms of what they mean for Smithville. And so we'll share with you some of our estimates of the growth forecast for Smithville based on the township-wide forecasts that the region has provided. And then thirdly, the main purpose, as I say, is to present our recommendation of a draft urban boundary and employment area, which are the 2 key areas that the region is required to delineate for the township in their official plan. And then we'll have some opportunity for questions as well. So this is the preliminary preferred concept with some refinements that have been completed as of last week's PIC and previously the September 13th Planning Committee meeting. There are some additional refinements that we need to consider as we move forward to reflect on the feedback we've received from those engagements. Basically what this shows is both the existing urban boundary, which is the solid black line here, and the generalized land use within that boundary. So in general, there are 2 primary types of land use in the existing urban area that we have shown on this map. So the first is community area, shown in the lighter yellow color, and the second is employment area. Now, as I say, we've generalized that. We acknowledge there are quite a few different types of land uses within the existing urban area as well, different densities of residential areas, different types of housing. There are institutional uses, parks and open space, and a whole host of land uses. The general distinction between community area and employment area is that community area are those things that really relate to serving the population and housing the population. And the employment area really relates to business and industrial activity, more economically driven. The focus of the master community plan is on the surrounding land around the existing urban area. And really coming up with a land use plan for that area. So there's a little bit finer grained breakdown of proposed land uses for that area shown here. And again, these land use areas are draft. We're refining this and has been presented for feedback purposes to date. So there's a mix of different types of residential uses. The yellow areas are predominantly what would be low density residential, so single and semi-detached predominantly. Medium density and mixed use areas would primarily accommodate things like townhomes and some neighborhood scale commercial use. Community facilities would be locations earmarked for future schools and community centers and indoor recreation facilities. Open space areas for parks, sports fields. The existing Leisureplex is recognized in the southwest corner. There's a commercial or mixed use node in each of the new neighborhoods identified. And really those would be where the key community hub activities could take place. So things like a mix of commercial and residential, institutional use, retail, services, those kinds of things that provide kind of a focal point for each neighborhood. So that those land uses really round out the community areas that are identified on the concept. The employment areas are shown in the northeast and the east. So that would really grow from the existing employment area in the northeast part of Smithville. And again, these are areas predominantly intended for things like industrial use. The green areas have been identified based on the subwatershed study work that the Wood consulting team is working on. And that really frames the other land uses. So one of the requirements of provincial policy is to create what's called a linked natural heritage system. So this is made up of identifying existing woodlands, wetlands, other sensitive natural features, and how they may be connected by other open spaces, such as the hydro corridor being one of the most significant open space corridors in the study area, 20 Mile Creek through the center of the community, and North Creek at the south end, as well as some other tributaries and watercourses identified in the study area. You'll see, and I'll show a clearer map of this in a moment. There's a red line identified around the combined community area and employment area. And that's what we're recommending for the committee's consideration tonight as a proposed urban boundary for submission to the region as part of the MCR process, the region's municipal comprehensive review. Just to separate out some of these components and ideas a little bit so you can see them and understand them a bit more clearly. The natural heritage system, so that this kind of solid green area is shown on this slide, is comprised of a number of different features. Core areas are the solid green areas on this slide. Those really represent significant woodlands and wetlands, areas that by provincial policy or regional policy or even local policy really can't be developed because of their sensitive natural features. Restoration areas are identified adjoining some of those core areas, and those are recommended areas for basically going back to a natural state or naturalizing those areas to provide some connectivity amongst the natural heritage system and to recognize hazards such as floodplains and to restore areas that were formerly in a natural state. Linkage areas are really providing that connectivity function, so joining together the natural heritage system, and those are shown in kind of the green hatch. There are some hazards that are identified and must be protected as well so that we don't create unsafe areas for development. And part of those hazards are related to the karst features in the area. So there's a few circles with a K, and those represent where there are some karst features identified that would have some constraints to development. Potential alternative restoration areas are identified as well. These are areas, again, that adjoin other parts of the natural heritage system, but may also have other development constraints. So the idea would be those could be considered as restoration areas in addition to some of the other restoration areas, or potentially as alternatives to those areas. It's hard to see on this map, but there's a few smaller isolated features. I'm pointing out a couple of here, that those wetlands haven't been individually evaluated in detail. They are smaller and not identified as provincially significant, so they're separately identified as wetlands for further review. So basically what that would mean is when a development application would come forward for land in that area, there would be further, more detailed environmental impact study of those features to determine their role and significance and whether they do warrant protection or not. Some conceptual buffers have also been identified around all the features. Basically, rather than permitting development right up to the edge of a woodland or wetland, this would identify some recommended buffers or setbacks between development and the edge of those features. And then all the different categories of water courses and headwater drainage features are identified as well. This is just a more detailed map of all of that. This comes right out of the sub-watershed study, basically showing all the components of the recommended natural heritage system. And again, the importance of this is that it does frame and connect the study area with a combination of open space and natural features. Separating out the transportation network, again, we're showing how different components of the street network and active transportation systems or trails could be connected throughout the study area and to the existing community. So different categories of roads, major roads such as future arterials, existing arterials like Regional Road 20, collectors that basically collect the traffic from specific neighborhoods and disperse that traffic into the existing and future arterial network. We use the term complete street in this map as well, and that really refers to designing existing and future streets in a way that can accommodate not only vehicles and single occupancy vehicles, but people who want to travel by bike or walking, or even future transit systems. Existing railway corridor is identified, and obviously there are 3 existing surface at-grade crossings. So the location of potential future crossing points, whether they be grade separated or at grade to be determined, are identified as well. And then key intersection locations that exist, as well as future key intersections. So on to the next item. I mentioned the forecast. The region prepared the forecasts that are highlighted in blue on this slide. And I believe these follow closely with forecasts that were previously endorsed by Township Council leading into the Municipal Comprehensive Review process. So the forecasts indicate how much growth we are expected to plan for at the township level from the year 2021 over 30 years to the year 2051. So the forecasts are provided by 5-year increments, aligning to the census years, and the overall change over that 30-year period is shown in the last column. The second set of numbers in each of these tables is specifically for Smithville, and this is our estimate that we've prepared using the township-wide forecast. One of the key directions of the Municipal Comprehensive Review and provincial policy, as well as regional and local policy, is that the majority of growth is expected to be accommodated within serviced urban areas. So Smithville, obviously being the only fully serviced urban area in West Lincoln, is expected to accommodate virtually all of the population and housing growth, and the majority of the employment growth as well. So just to get a sense of the magnitude of growth that we would be talking about over 30 years based on these township-wide forecasts, if Smithville's population is approximately 7,000 today, we'd be talking about planning to grow out to about 29,000 in 30 years. That would involve planning for about an additional 8,700 homes in Smithville and about an additional 5,500 jobs. So a significant amount of growth, but over a long period of time. So one of the key tasks of the the master community plan process and the Municipal Comprehensive Review is to recommend the location of a new urban boundary and ultimately solidify that in the regional official plan and then in due course in the township official plan. That urban boundary sets then the planned growth limit over the next 30 years for urban land use. And we've shown a proposed urban area in red. This is something that the region has requested that each local municipality provide to the region so that they can feed that into their municipal comprehensive review process. And then the other key area that the region is required to designate in their official plan for each urban area is a proposed employment area. And that's shown in gray here. So you can see that we've recommended that the majority of the study area for the master community plan be included in this proposed urban boundary shown in red. This is not just about accommodating those growth forecasts and calculating how much land area is needed for that. It's also about finding a logical long-term growth boundary for Smithville. So in considering where the boundary should be located, of course, we considered the amount of population, housing, and employment that we need to plan for, but we also considered the landscape. So where are there natural features that make for logical boundaries, existing roads and rights of way, hydro corridor in the north, and also how each part of the community could grow either as a community area comprised of housing and jobs and business versus an employment area, which would primarily be about employment and industry. So notably, one of the areas that is not identified at this time for consideration in this proposed urban area is the area north of the hydro corridor in the northwest. We've identified that at this time on the concept as a proposed, if I can skip back a few slides, agriculture related area. So what that would simply mean is that that area would remain agricultural under this concept and would be an area where certain types of agriculture related businesses, if they're seeking a location in the township, would be directed. So the idea would be if there's going to be a truck route or bypass in the vicinity, if there's going to be strengthened connectivity with the QEW, if there's going to be access to related businesses in the employment area that might support those businesses in an ag-related context, this could be an area where a cluster of agricultural supportive businesses and uses could be located in addition to existing farms and livestock operations in that area. So at this time, we have not recommended inclusion of that area in this red boundary in the urban area. One of the other things that we considered in determining whether to include that land is the predominance of existing livestock operations. So this is really where the majority of livestock operations within or adjoining the study area are concentrated, and in particular, some of the larger operations. Those MDS setbacks create some limitations on how the land could be used because there are obviously setbacks required from those livestock operations. What we have recommended, and this is a bit of a recent addition to the recommendation that's before you tonight, is that some opportunity be given for further discussion of this area with the landowner group and with the stakeholders. It has been identified as a concern that this area would be removed at this point in the process, given the master community plan has not been completed. There is more work to be completed in evaluating the impacts of the proposed land use concept and ultimately recommending a final urban boundary and final land uses. So what we are recommending is that committee support going forward at this point with the recommended urban boundary shown in red, but that this area be deferred and allow for additional consideration of that area through the balance of the master community plan process.
I think we might have lost him. Steve, are you still there?
We've been losing them for a while.
All right. So sorry about that. A little bit of a internet mishap here. So Steve, if you could continue with the presentation, that'd be great.
Thank you. I apologize for that interruption. So where I had left off is that the urban boundary that we've recommended here provides within about 5% of the land area that the region has estimated the township will need to meet the growth forecast identified. And so we are really down to smaller refinements to the land use concept and things like housing mix, densities, density of employment and those sorts of things, mix of commercial and residential community facilities, how the leisureplex lands may be used in the future. There's been some refinements to the natural heritage system that will continue to be reviewed in order to make up the difference. However, the landowners have requested that the study area continue based on the original study area boundary so that there is opportunity for further discussion and review of this northwest area. If that were recommended then to be added to the urban area, or if some part of it were recommended because of a land need, we would then bring forward that recommendation through staff to the committee for consideration. The only other thing I wanted to point out before closing off and on this slide is we reviewed the boundary relative to logical boundaries, including property lines. So for wherever possible, we tried to follow a natural feature or a road or a corridor, something that's physical on the landscape. The original study area didn't follow some of the property boundaries in the southeast. And so what we've recommended is some minor refinement of the urban boundary relative to the original black line here, which is the original study area. You'll note that there are 2 livestock facilities in that vicinity as well that produce a bit of a constraint to urban land use. So that was another reason for doing some refinement to the boundary in the southeast. So I do have one more point, and that's that with respect to the employment area, there is a portion of restricted industrial area in the Spring Creek Heights secondary plan here. It includes the Turkstra lumber operation and some vacant land behind that. Because that land is restricted industrial and doesn't have the full range of employment uses as the balance of the employment area, in discussion with the region, it's been recommended to not identify that as part of the regional employment area. It would still remain with the same use permissions as exist today through this process, but wouldn't be included in the employment area for the purposes of the regional official plan. So that affects about 10 hectares of land in this area. So that is my presentation. Thank you for your patience with my connection issue there. And if you have any questions, I'd be pleased to try and answer them for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Any members of the committee have any questions they would like to ask? I have Councillor Rayner's hands up, and then Councillor Yonker.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve, for your presentation. This is one of the things that always get me wound up and nervous because of my love for agriculture, and urban boundary expansion usually means the destruction of viable agricultural land, which can never be replaced. I was surprised by the way you've laid it out. I was actually pleasantly surprised by it. It looks better than I thought it was going to be. I was worried it was going to be sprawling and consume hundreds and hundreds of acres. How many acres of agricultural land that's now in agriculture does this map consume?
I'm just going to pull up a spreadsheet that I have here because I don't have that number at my fingertips. So the total study area is 665 hectares. So that's that area in that bigger black line.
The original black line.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So what we're proposing here is that about 125 hectares of that would remain in agriculture. That's currently in agriculture. And another 540 hectares would be added to the urban area of Smithville. Now, within that 540 hectares, about 115 are woodlots, wetlands, hydro corridor, rail corridor, other existing non-farm land uses. So I would put the amount that's actively farmed going from that into some kind of urban use more in the, say, 250 to 300 hectare range.
All right, and if you multiply that by 2.471064, that's where you get your acres from. So you're looking at probably 800 acres, somewhere around that number. I was pleased with your north, how it followed Industrial Park, and then the employment went east on that section, which is where a lot of the industrial is going now with the new building on the corner of Spring Creek and Industrial on the northeast corner. But when you brought back reconsidering that pink area, I went, oh shoot, I wasn't too bad with it until then. I was kind of hoping that was going to be left because you had the clear red area around it and blocked it off. And I had said, good, at least that part, because I lived across the road from there for 12 years. There are farms across there. There's a horse farm on it now. And it's good agricultural land. And it was nice to see that was kept. And it's a shame that you brought it back, that it may or may not be in consideration. Or what you're telling me right now is the proposal that you're prepared to go ahead to the region with is the existing black line with the option of the red line down the road, should it be required? Or is it one that's going to be considered prior to submission to the region?
Great question. So through you, Mr. Chair, what we are recommending this evening is that basically the red line be the recommended, just let you, would be the recommended urban boundary. So that smaller, not the entire study area, that smaller red line, but that we would kind of footnote that to say there's this area that's in the study area. The study isn't complete. So we're deferring, we're not recommending that go in the urban area right now. We're going to allow from further discussion with the landowners some further review of that area to determine if any of it is needed. But the recommendation right now is that it's not, and that we move forward with just the land in the red line. So if that were to be recommended to be added, that pink area that was shown, that would come back for further review with the committee.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Steve. would that also mean therefore, because it's not recommended at this time, you said further discussion with the landowner, there is no need for further discussion with the landowners at this time, so long as the new red line is the one that you're submitting and there is no need from the region to proceed any farther. Is that correct?
That's basically the further discussion that the landowners have requested, that we give them the information that demonstrates that the red line can accommodate what we're set out to accommodate in terms of the growth, and that's sufficient. There's other reasons beyond land needs that we have recommended deferring the northwest part, north of the hydro corridor, the livestock barns, the fact that if you go north of that corridor, in my view, it's really an all or nothing scenario, because you then have to, the corridor is up to 120 meters wide. So then you'd also have to extend services across the corridor. You'd have more of an isolated part of the community that's well separated from the future urban area that we're recommending. And so you'd really want to make sure that you need a lot of land in order to consider that. So at this point, we're recommending just the red line.
Thank you. Further couple of questions, Mr. Chair. Steve, the reason then that you're not proceeding is because under a lot of old ways of severances, back in when we used to sever with the Beds of Navigable Waters Act, the other way to sever was a hydro corridor. And you're saying this makes a good division then between what you propose and what potentially could be down the road because of this natural severance with the hydro, makes it a nice clean fit. Is that what you're saying?
Partially. So the hydro corridor is a natural boundary in my view, because it's very wide, it's open, and it legally it is a property severance already, in that it's already owned by Hydro One. So the entire 120 meter width is a separate property owned by Hydro One, because so it doesn't involve separating properties with the urban boundary. It would set the north urban boundary right along the south edge of that Hydro One property.
So it makes sense. And you've already taken about 800 acres of good agricultural land. So that's what I'm kind of saying. Hope breaks. I mean, I don't like to see land taken, but we're talking about stretching this out to 2051, right?
It is Mr. Chair, it is a 30-year plan. So it will take many years for the land to fully develop. And one of our key objectives of this process is to minimize how much land needs to be removed from agriculture.
Two factors then, please, Mr. Chair, a couple more questions. If you do have to take agricultural land, do you grade it so that we don't take the best land to do this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is a agricultural assessment component to this study. So that is a big component of the report that's been prepared in justification for the expansion. And they have looked at those things. So land that's been improved for farming, the quality of the land in terms of soil capability.
Right, but we don't want to lose the best agricultural land because of convenience of location.
Livestock operations, all of those things.
All right, yeah. One further question, thank you, sir. If I may, Mr. Chair, through to Mr. Treble. Mr. Treble, this whole process has been deemed down through from the province down to the region to us. Is that not correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. There is a provincial policy that directs how the region and the lower tier municipalities must plan. And as I was explaining to you this morning, Councillor Rayner, the policies now require that we do planning to the year 2051. It was 2041, but halfway through this process, the timeline was extended to 2051. So we're doing this 30-year planning now to get ready for the next 30 years, and hopefully we can follow this master plan through and implement it accordingly.
Okay, the reason I'm asking this is because Hamilton has a lot of trouble right now. They're going nuts. They're destroying land hand over feet. They don't care about how much land they destroy, and it's caused an uproar. If you drive through Flamborough and Glanbrook, there are signs everywhere. There was a petition done and there was a voting done on it, and 90% of the people said don't destroy any more agricultural land. What I'm trying to get at right now is because of the status and the situation with the direction from this province, if we don't come up with something that we feel we would like and we can live with, if we don't do that, will the province come down and mandate and say, you're going to do this whether you like it or not? So in other words, are we given the option right now that we should pick the best scenario we can for the people in our area and the future growth of our township? If we don't, it'll be mandated and we'll have no choice in what we get. Am I correct on that assumption, Mr. Treble?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I can't say with any certainty that what you are saying is correct, but I have certainly heard the rumor that if the city of Hamilton doesn't determine how to grow, the province will do it for them. In this
And that's
case,
what scares me. That's why I'm saying this tonight.
Yeah. Sorry, just one final thought. I'm sorry. In this case, we have the region that might actually step in if we don't, but it's certainly better to do it ourselves.
That's why, even though I don't like to see agricultural land lost, I'd rather be in the hands of controlling what we lose as compared to somebody mandating we lose the best land and in the wrong location and everything else. I'm not a fan of urban boundary expansion in any way, shape, or form, but sometimes you have to pick and choose what you win and what you lose. And right now, I do like what this gentleman and his company has put together. I just hope we don't go any farther and take that land that's in the pink right now. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Rayner. I'm going to look around the room, see if there's, if there's anybody else that has a question or comment. Oh, Councilor Yonker.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you about that little area in the pink as well. And just, and then you kind of answered it when you talked about that being agriculture and everything. But to me, when I looked at that, I'm going, oh, it doesn't make sense to have it go. We got it going up to Yonge Street and then coming down in the middle of the property there in between the two, what would have been two concessions. Does it not make sense to have it go to 14? And then you at least have a road, a major road that can service that future growth in there instead of, I was just a little surprised you didn't bring it to 14. And I'm just kind of wondering why. Because yeah, there is some agriculture there, but it's not like the stuff to the east of it that's a little bit more major. And I was just kind of wondering why you didn't come to 14 Road all the way to Yonge.
Through you, Mr. Chair, do you mean all the way, sorry, just to clarify, do you mean all the way to 14 and Yonge with the urban boundary?
I think that's what he means.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Right. Really, the main reason for that is there are two or three existing barns that are outside of the study area north of Yonge Street that constrain that area in the vicinity of 14 and Yonge. The reason I keep speaking to livestock barns that are outside of the study area is that those have more of a constraint than the ones that are actually in the study area. So within the study area, if they're brought into the urban boundary, they can continue to operate as livestock operations, and the township can control the phasing of development so that you don't encroach on those livestock arcs for, as long as that barn continues to operate. But eventually that barn is the plan would be that it would phase out and become urban. So we've really tried to minimize the number of barns outside the study area that are impacted, because those ones wouldn't phase out and become urban. They would be some other form of agriculture. So if they're outside the study area, chances are they're going to want to continue to operate or should be able to continue to operate for the long term. And we should plan for that and not introduce sensitive land uses too close to them.
Thank you. I'm assuming that answers your question, Councilor Yonker.
Yeah, just one further question to that. Have you talked to those landowners there then? Are they part of that group, I guess, that's looking to supporting that?
Are you referring to the landowners, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, that own those livestock operations outside the study area, or the ones that own property in the study area in the vicinity of?
I believe he's asking about the extension.
Yeah.
Although the thing he was inquiring on, he's asking, I believe if you've reached out to people outside of it, which I would assume, maybe our director of planning might be the best to answer that question and how that works with the landowners group, if they're part of that process in any capacity.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may, because Mr. Weaver probably doesn't know that intricate detail. We have provided sufficient, actually substantial notification to all of the property owners. I do know that the property owner on the southeast corner of 14 and Young was in attendance at the public open house last week. I saw the lady's name on the attendance sheet. I don't think they're part of the landowners group, but we're trying to make decisions based on good planning, not necessarily based on who the owners are. So that's why you hear Steve talking about protecting livestock and protecting agriculture and those kind of things, and not based on the fact that it's, you know, Joe Schmuck's chicken farm and that kind of thing. So from Steve's perspective, it's probably better that he not know the individual party interests, and that makes it for a much more neutral and independent review.
So, thank you. All right, Councillor. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go to the mayor. I believe I saw Mayor Billsman's hand up just before Councillor Yonker spoke. Oops.
Yeah. So thank you very much, and I'm pleased how this is being finessed. We are sitting here as a council, kind of on the verge of a very significant decision for this, because this gets, of course, entered into the regional official plan, and they're doing that review there. So this is a very important crux, and then as Councillor Rayner noted, this is, you know, going to span over the next 30 years. So this is not something that you know, instantly unfolds. And I just want to ask the simple question that, in terms of phasing this out, is there any plan in terms of the farthest reaches of the study area? Could they, if this is all approved and you know, sometime in the next term, you know, they're allowed to go into that land, the farthest corners, that they get developed, could they be developed right away and then everything else becomes infill, or do we unroll this like a carpet from our downtown core? Do we build on what we have so that we stay kind of a nuclear type village, or is it all fair game? You know, somebody's hot to trot and they get to build, even though there's you know, a bit of maybe a small amount of distance, but they're well within the proposal. So how does that? Is there any plans about how that is done, or is that done through council and secondary plans?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think you've hit the mark with 2 points there. One was the idea of kind of rolling out the carpet, so the development would occur kind of in a logical sequence outward from the existing developed or planned areas that have some development approvals, and then it would be based on decisions made on a secondary plan by secondary plan, or we've been referring to the term block plan, because the master community plan itself provides a lot of detail about what the anticipated land use is. So it would be, the next step would be sort of a block plan where you'd have, you know, not just property by property development applications, but areas of connected properties planned together so that they can be developed in a logical sequence. And then really the driving force is the infrastructure. So, you know, there would be an outward extension of water main and sanitary sewer and storm sewer systems that would capture the most logical drainage areas and water service areas in a phasing. So there will be a phasing plan recommended in the final master community plan that will consider all of those factors so that it rolls out in an orderly way.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one final comment then. As Councillor Rayner did note and bring up, and I just want to echo, this is a made in West Lincoln plan. I attended the PIC the other night, and in general, I'm getting, you know, there's no hue and cry from the public. I think that this is reasonable. we understand, and I think even the councillor, Councillor Rayner, who often advocates pretty much always advocates for agriculture, that we have to weigh both the tension against agriculture and the that kind of pressing urge to build residences because of the housing supply shortages. And it's something we wrestle with at the region. I know they wrestle with this in our neighboring municipalities, Hamilton and such. And so, we're trying to find that perfect solution. And I think by doing this, by being in the driver's seat here, I think we're doing something that's responsible for our residents, protects the maximum amount of residents, and we see how this all unfurls across the next 30 years is a very, very long time. So I'm very, very pleased with the process so far and the amount of input that we've received and the type of feedback that we're getting. So I just wanted to say that at this time, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll go back to Councillor Rayner, and then I'll make a couple comments and we'll move forward.
Thank you. The mayor's question with regards to how should this unfold, as I said, having lived on the farm just north of Industrial Park and Yonge Street, I had the experience on 2 different occasions to see the water and the sewer lines go in, and they happen to go down Industrial Park Road. So this is kind of a very unique situation where normally if you want to build from the outside in, you've got a tremendous expense to bring in your infrastructure, your sewer and your water in order to do it. But we happen to have sewer and water all the way down Industrial Park Road, right to Yonge Street. So it wouldn't be that expensive to put a very large operation down at the far end and working with the opposite, because you don't have a major expense of getting those lines in there, which is kind of a weird situation. You don't see that every day. Usually there's a lot of expense and everything in order to hook all this stuff up, but the lines are on that road, which is very unique, I would think. But just a comment.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. I'll go back to Mayor Bylsma, because that seemed to spark a comment for him, but then I'll finish out.
Pardon me. Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to pardon me. I just choked on some spit. Okay. I just wanted to address just that comment with Councillor Rayner. He should note that those are the regional lines, and the region does not like people tapping into them willy-nilly. So those regional lines are a direct route to more or less the water tower, and then they're distributed through our network from the water tower. So I know it sounds convenient, but they loathe when people tap into them prematurely. So enough of that. That was just a comment that I wanted to make, just a small correction. All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just don't really, there's not too much more I can add to this. I think it's kind of been covered here, so I won't belabor this by any means. I think this is, it's always important to stay in the driver's seat, as the mayor phrased it himself. And I think if this is what the future looks like, I think West Lincoln and Smithville are going to look very, very promising. The representatives are able to have a chance to be to the people and speak to this, versus it being taken out of our hands and having the province dictate what this looks like. So anyways, that being said, I think we're good to move forward. Sorry, let me just bring my screen up here. So that was Steve. So we're going to go to item P121. And this is actually on Dan Curry, MHBC Planning Limited, Rural Employment Land Settlement Area Expansion Options. It's a PowerPoint presentation as well. Hi, Dan. Welcome tonight, and please feel free to take the floor here and start your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Riley, and good evening, everyone. I do have a short presentation. I'll just bring that up. Can you see that, Councillor Riley? Everyone getting a thumbs up? Okay, thank you. Yeah, so the purpose of my presentation, it's similar in some ways to Steve's presentation. This is a study we assisted the township with, which is really looking at settlement area expansions, but for rural employment uses and the settlement expansions to the hamlet areas. And you may recall I was here September, I believe, to give you a sort of the preliminary conclusions of the study as we were partway through. And today, really, it's to present the final conclusions and recommendations, which is the first point on this slide, the final conclusions and recommendations. And to do so, I'll give just a very brief overview of the method and what the purpose of that study is, and then speak to number 3, which is really the whole purpose. What is the recommended expansion options? And then conclude with the next steps. And then, of course, I'll be available if there are any questions. So the purpose of the project is to identify locations for expansion to one or more hamlet areas, but specifically for rural employment uses. This, we're not looking at residential uses, just the rural employment. And really it's for 2 reasons. The primary one being, as heard through Steve's presentation, and as you know, the region is going through the municipal comprehensive review, and there's a need to consider expansions to accommodate the forecast employment growth. But the other component to this is there has been, over the last several years, increased pressure on agricultural lands resulting from industrial type uses occupying agricultural lands. So basically developing those uses in non-conformity with the bylaw. Expansion analysis, all urban expansion studies really have 2 components. Determine the demand, in this case for rural employment land. So how much land is needed is really the first step. And then the second step is to determine the best place. Where should that settlement boundary occur? And so in terms of step 1, the demand or the amount, it's primarily driven by the region's work, the employment forecast, and the related land needs analysis then. However, we also have the information from the township's bylaw enforcement records and just sort of the quantum of the amount of industrial employment that has occurred on agricultural lands. In terms of the best locations, we, through this study, took a look at all of the 15 hamlet settlement areas and looked at all the potential expansion options. So in terms of forecast employment, this is straight from regional staff. The total rural employment growth for the time period 2021 to 2051, the 30-year planning horizon, is approximately 570 jobs. About half of that is going to be directed to the hamlet settlement areas. And when you factor the average employment density, that translates into a need for 26 hectares of land. The industrial uses in agricultural zone lands, the ones that are really in conflict with the bylaw, are occurring. There's several throughout the township, but one of the initial aspects of this study was that most of that is occurring in the northwest portion, primarily due, it's expected because of the proximity to the larger urban centers, i.e. Hamilton, and the major transportation routes. So that was one of the factors at looking at potential expansions is primacy for the northwest corner. That's maybe a little harder to read than I'd hope, this evaluation criteria, but it's not important to understand every word. The important part here is that the evaluation criteria that are used come from a few sources. One is that the region's municipal comprehensive review has identified expansion criteria primarily for the rural areas. And those categories are set out on the left-hand side. And then the right-hand side, we've distilled those down into measurable criteria that we use to assess all of the potential options. And there's a number of these that also cover off, if you will, or also contain the provincial criteria for boundary expansions, which are contained both within the growth plan and the provincial policy statement. So all of that provincial policy framework has to be complied with as well. And then in the middle of that chart, what's called the West Lincoln specific criteria is there are some criteria that are kind of specific to this particular element of the study, which is rural employment needs in the hamlet areas. So the expansion area, is it located in the northwest area of the township? And that was one of the important parts of the study. Is the size and configuration maximize feasibility for large lot industrial uses? And the region has identified that the average lot size is approximately 2 hectares. That's about 5 acres. Are the lands flat? And does it minimize proximity to residential or other sensitive land uses? So one of the challenges with expansions to the hamlet settlement areas for rural employment uses is the hamlets are primarily residential land uses. There is a mix in some of them, some more or less, but primarily they're residential uses. And there's requirements when establishing new industrial areas that there be minimum separation distances between industrial uses and residential uses. So that provided a challenge, but was certainly one of the criteria that we had to look at. So the analysis went through really 2 steps in the analysis. The first was to do basic screening and identify those hamlets that best met that set of criteria. And 6 of them were identified. And you may recall a month ago, I spoke briefly to that and how we generally came to those 6. And then taking those 6, we passed them through a more detailed screen of some of those more detailed criteria that I mentioned and came to the final conclusions and recommendation. And I can, if you like, go back through some of that detailed analysis, but the conclusions really are there are 2 best options. There were, there's multiple opportunities for urban expansion and all of them have pros and cons, but out of that analysis, there's really 2, and characterize them as a decentralized option and a centralized option. So that decentralized expansion option really is an expansion to 2 different settlements. One, the Bismarck Hamlet settlement area, and the other one that's known as Regional Road 12, which is just to the west of Smithville. And so the recommended expansion would provide an additional 27 hectares net. It's about 30 hectares in gross. Or the other option would be a centralized expansion to just 1 settlement area, and that would be Fulton. And the overall expansion would be a gross of about 36 hectares, but that includes a few things, including some environmental land. So net, it would be about 30 hectares. So both of them are roughly the same in the land area. And I can just take you through a little bit of what that looks like recommended. So the Bismarck settlement area, the lands that would be proposed to be added to the settlement are shown in green. So it's directly to the east on the north side of Highway 20. And some of the reasons why this option scored high was because of the access adjacent to Highway 20. There are relatively few agricultural impacts. So the important thing to understand is that in terms of prime ag lands, all of the potential options are on prime ag lands. Really, the difference in terms of agricultural impact comes down to impacts on improvements to agricultural lands, such as tile drainage areas or other investments, as well as impacts on livestock facilities. So in this case, this particular location, those impacts are avoided. The barns, the livestock facilities that are close at hand are identified by those red circles. So this is well outside of that. And then this has the advantage. The eastern boundary of Bismarck, as you know, is the school. So while it's still a sensitive use, there's a there's a better ability to minimize that impact of industrial uses adjacent to the settlement boundary when it's the school, as opposed to other locations where it's the backyards of single detached houses, for example. So the recommended option would include this expansion to Bismarck, and then this expansion shown in green to the settlement area at Regional Road 12. And the advantages to this one, it's a logical rounding out. So similar to the process that Steve and his group has gone through on Smithville, that's one of the criteria that we looked at. So the northern boundary is the that black crosshatching is the hydro corridor. The existing settlement area is shown in yellow, and so it'd be approximately a 20 hectare expansion to that settlement. There's good road access because this parcel also has frontage on Highway 20. There is a bit of an implication. You can see that there is a livestock barn, and the red circle that surrounds it does bite into this proposed expansion a little bit. However, that barn, because of the property size and the other adjacent uses already within the settlement area, really limits the potential expansion of that livestock facility. Anyways, so that impact is minimized somewhat. The other alternative, which would be, all of the proposed expansion in one location, if council preferred that as opposed to the decentralized model, the best expansion in our location, in our view, would be to Fulton, for some of the same reasons. Good highway access adjacent to Highway 20. A logical delineation of that boundary bordered by the hydro corridor to the north, South Grimsby Road. I think it's number 19. While it's not a through road, it is a road allowance on that western side. Now Fulton is primarily, the settlement area is primarily residential, and then particularly on the west side, it's residential. However, it doesn't show up in this screen, but the portion of the proposed settlement boundary expansion, the lands that are directly adjacent for a good portion of that western boundary of the existing settlement area are provincially significant wetlands that wouldn't be able to be developed, and there'd be a need for a certain buffer around those. So that natural environment feature provides a bit of a buffer between the sensitive land uses that are there. There are few impacts on livestock facilities, and outside those provincially significant wetlands, there's few other natural environmental features. So out of those two best options, the decentralized option, while they're both very close, would be the preferred, primarily because it distributes the lands across the township, while still providing a significant expansion in the northwest, where there's the expectation that the demand is greater, and it has some flexibility in terms of ability to develop those lands, given that they're in different locations, different sets of landowners, etc. Well, in this case, they both meet the forecast land need for rural employment uses, so they're comparable in that manner. But the decentralized option, we think, is preferable. However, both options would be viable should council prefer the other. And that's really the next step. It's similar to the conversation you had on the previous item with the expansion to Smithville. Whatever council recommends will be forwarded to the region in order to serve as input into the region's municipal comprehensive review. So in effect becomes the township's recommended approach to deal with the rural employment lands and expansions to hamlet settlement areas, and for region's consideration. rather than allowing the regional process just to continue and identify where those best options would be. So with that, I'll conclude. I've given a fairly brief overview, in part because we were here a month ago and provide a little bit more detail on the method. But I'll turn it back to you, Chair Riley, but I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide more detail on any of those points that I covered previously.
Excellent. Thank you, Dan. I'll go to, actually, before I go to members of committee, I know I chatted with our director earlier, and so he had mentioned that he might add a few notes to this at this moment. So to our director of planning, Brian Treble, is there anything else you wanted to add to this at this time?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just I guess to sort of tie it all together, there's three pieces to this discussion tonight, 2 staff reports that cover all 3 pieces. And it's a lot to digest and it's a lot to absorb. I understand that fully, but it's going to give you a chance to deal with the full picture at once, which I think is beneficial so that we're not sort of piecemealing this process. But the other point to keep in mind, and it's kind of the way Dan ended, this process is feeding information into the region and ultimately to the province. So we're using the words in our staff reports that we're recommending that council endorse. What the region has done is they've asked staff at the local level to provide input into the region's process. And I've said to staff, for transparency purposes, I want my recommendations to the region to be endorsed by council so that council's on board generally with what we have put together. Clearly from the extensive work that we've done, we're focused on Smithville as priority number 1. The most efficient way to grow and develop is on full services, and therefore Smithville is the top priority. Number 2, we've talked about the importance of rural employment and trying to get those non-agricultural uses off agricultural land. And if this council and regional council support the concept of the rural employment park, then we'll be able to say to those non-agricultural uses, you've got a place to go and it's not on this piece of agricultural land, and preserve the agricultural land for long-term agricultural uses. And the third piece, and the lesser piece of it all, is expansions of hamlets for residential purposes, which is a staff report at the end. And I can speak to that and answer any questions on that as well. I know there are some concerns that we're going to hear from some of the members of the public about the lack of consultation that we have done, but this isn't our process. We are feeding into a regional process the same way that any individual property owner has an opportunity to feed into the regional process. Hopefully, because staff's recommendations are endorsed by committee, if we get there tonight, they will carry some weight. And therefore, it's beneficial to have that influence and provide that opportunity. And as Councillor Rayner and the mayor and others have alluded to, if we don't participate and we don't make recommendations, then we're going to get them put down our throat. And it's better to be proactive that way. So, I guess just to sort of tie it all together, this is big. I get it. It's to the year 2031. So it's basically, 2051. So it's basically a full generation, 30 years. It's a lot to swallow, but if we do this right tonight, then hopefully we'll be in good shape to plan forward. I hope, Mr. Chair, that kind of helps piece it together. There's 3 pieces, and all 3 at the end of the day are what it takes to give the recommendations to the region they're looking for.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Treble. All right, so I got Councillor Rayner.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It was very well done, Dan. I got a question for Mr. Treble. I keep alluding to the fact when time goes on, the old leave, the new come in, and what happens in the past is not remembered. But I'm the old guy that's still hanging in there. And I remember one heck of a fight we had about 12 or 14 years ago with the region trying to cut back on the size of hamlets. We had residents that were very upset that they were on the perimeter and they were turned down. And now all of a sudden, from the same place, the region, which I guess now will say it's directed from the province, we're now told to go a little bit the opposite way. So it's kind of hypocritical, contradictory, whatever you want to say, but all of a sudden now I'm getting the flip side when back then it was a heck of a long night, and I'm sure Mr. Trouble remembers because he was there. There was a lot of fighting going on, and we were being restricted, and now all of a sudden they open the tap. Like, are we coming? Are we going? Does the left hand know what the right hand's doing? I know time has passed, but it's really made quite a difference. The question I have to Mr. Treble, I thought back then, did we not have only 4 hamlets or 4 areas that were recognized as hamlets and the rest were considered clusters? Am I correct, or have I lost something over the years?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there has been quite a history of hamlets, and some of it is local to the Niagara region, but others are policy issues across the province. So I believe every little corner started as a hamlet, and then the region determined that only the larger areas that had a multiple of services would be hamlets. And at that point, Wellandport, Caisterville, St. Anne's, and Grassy were the only 4 hamlets in our township. The rest were considered rural clusters. Then provincial policy came along. I think it would be the 2005 policy statement that implemented the concept that hamlets should be fixed and limited in size and mapped in the regional plan. And that's the process, Councillor Rayner, that you're alluding to, that we did back, I'm not sure exactly when it was now, but somewhere in the 2010 window, I would think, where we had to go through that extensive exercise and map them all out. And we really could only recognize what existed and nothing more. And now the policy at the province talks about the fact that some appropriate adjustments for market conditions should take place. And in our case right now, we're being told that somewhere around 24 hectares total across all of the hamlets could be considered for addition. I'm proud to say that our recommendation to you on both the urban front and the rural residential hamlet front are lesser numbers than what the region is saying we're entitled to, because I think we can do it with less. However, having said that, just as an example, we had 235 hectares asked for to be added to the hamlet boundaries, and we were suggested by the region that we could have 24 hectares included. So 10% of the ask got in, and the other 90% are not happy. And, that's the nature of the process here tonight. Unfortunately, there's winners and losers with the hamlet process, much more the residential piece of the hamlet process. But yeah, we're kind of on a roller coaster, and right now we're allowed to adjust them, but it's a one-shot deal. So
if I may again, Mr. Chair, so now we're back to the 15 hamlets instead of 4 hamlets and 11 rural clusters. Am I correct now?
Yes,
we changed the terminology. Okay, so this is where I get confused. To me, it's either 6 eggs or it's half a dozen. They both mean the same thing. So if you said the reason for doing this is to bring all these other commercial operations into one area to save agricultural land. But if, let's take, for example, you said 24 hectares, so multiply that by 2.5. So we're about, I don't know, 70 acres, 80 acres. If we take 80 acres and develop that's agricultural land in the hamlet, what's the difference between taking that and 80 acres spread out? Your still bottom line is taking out the agricultural land, except you're only doing it in one place. But if you're using it on the premise that you're saving agricultural land, you're not. All you're doing is destroying it in one area instead of doing it in little pieces. But when you add the pieces up, it's the same as the other. I'm lost on where the saving of agricultural land logic comes in.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's 2 pieces to your answer, or to answer your question, but I will start by saying that some of the concern you raise is similar to some of the concern that I raise, hence why I say that the rural residential or the hamlet residential piece is sort of priority number 3. The best thing to do is direct the non-farmers to the residential area in Smithville. Direct the non-farmers to the residential area in Smithville, and because that's the area that we can accommodate the growth the most efficiently. However, there are some people that are going to want, forgive me because this is an awful term, but rural estate residential type development on private services. And it's better to direct those people to the hamlets than have them scattered around the countryside buying up 50 or 80 or 100 acre farm parcels and tearing the house down and building monster homes. If we can provide an option to avoid that, then this hamlet concept and expansions there in a few places might very well bode us well over the long term. No guarantee, but that's the thing.
Mr. Chair, we're not really saving any agricultural land. All we're doing is deferring it to one area that we're destroying it. Where it's 6 of one, half dozen the other. It still adds up that whether you lose it in pieces or you lose it in one place, you're not saving agricultural land.
But no, you're not necessarily saving the land, but you are minimizing the impact on livestock buildings and stuff like that by
because of minimum distance, MDS and all that stuff. Okay, yeah. One further question then, Mr. Treble, with regards to that. It's difficult in this particular situation, we're talking about moving it, and this is where Dan had it, one circle around either Regional Road 12 or Bismarck or Fulton. What about the other 12 hamlets that we're now calling hamlets? Nothing will happen to them? All this is about focusing on which one do you want, or take a third of the 3, or take the recommendation, but the other ones are not affected in any way, shape, or form. Is that what I'm to interpret on this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, at the end of the day, some hamlets will not change. That's right. The proposal is to concentrate in certain areas, and there were some criteria that we were all given. The region is considering this process through something they call SABRE, which is Settlement Area Boundary Review. And so we had to put a lens on to look at the requests that had come in, and you'll find those requests, I think it's kind of like the very last page of the entire council package, is all of the different requests that came in. We had to evaluate them and determine which areas have the least impact on agriculture, including livestock facilities, which have the least impact on soil conditions and classifications, which have the least impact on natural environment systems, and any other contextual issues that might be relevant to that particular hamlet. So at the end of the day, we're proposing that some areas change, and you'll see that in the very last report's recommendations, and others will be unchanged as a result of this process. From the,
is that included?
From the employment point of view, it's either 1 or 2 hamlets. Sorry.
Oh. So through you, Mr. Chair, is that included in the 24 hectare that you're talking about then? There may be sporadic 2 hectare in Casterville or 1 hectare in Grassy but the whole thing will add up to no more than 24, 27 hectares. Is that what you're saying? Through you, Mr. Chair, as staff have written the report, you'll see when we get there that I think it's like we're proposing 11 hectares in Abingdon, 3 hectares in Woolenport, 7 hectares in Casterville, something like that. And it adds up to around 20 hectares as opposed to the 24 that were available. And then on the employment side, it's around 26 hectares that is justified. And so Dan's recommendation is in the area of 26 hectares in each case. So it's 2 factors. It's the 24 and the other. So we're not, we're talking a lot more land than just 24, 26. We're talking now about 50 or 60 hectares in land in total, some for employment, some for residence. It's around 100 acres total. That's right. 100 acres total, spread out throughout the hamlets. Well, yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, the biggest is the employment piece. And staff's recommendation report actually leans to Dan's option number 2 for some variety of reasons I can get into later, which is the Fulton one. So it concentrates the entire employment park in the Fulton area on the west side of Fulton. All right, you're going to open that for further discussion though, Mr. Treble? The staff report will be an opportunity to get into detail for sure. Yeah, thank you. If Mr. Rayner or Councilor Rayner, if I could just give some other members of committee here a chance to ask. Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to go to Mayor Bylsma and then Councilor Trombetta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to just weigh in here about my challenges that we have seen in the past, and I think it speaks to a little bit to what Councillor Rayner is referring to. He's talking about kind of spread all over in one location. The impact is the same, and I would argue that one of the great challenges that I've seen when we have somebody comes to us and they want a landscape lay down yard, or they have a boring a service or a tree service or something like that. What ends up happening, and one of the impositions that we put on them in the site plan process, and it doesn't matter what business it is in the countryside, we insist that they have berms, and they put berms up, and then they tree the berms. And we spent a lot of time in the weeds around berms, but berms are non-productive. They don't produce agriculture. They don't produce a crop. They're generally mowed. Sometimes they're messy. Sometimes they regenerate, like just natural regeneration. Sometimes they're covered with trees. But generally speaking, they're a waste of land, valuable land. And I think you know where I'm going. So when we have one of these applications in the middle of nowhere, we gobble up, sometimes it's an acre, sometimes it's a little bit more or less, just berms, just trying to hide something that's in plain sight. And I think that if we could concentrate 4, 5, 6, 10 small laydown yards or small businesses or small little holdings in one area that don't require a berm in between each one of them, and don't require a berm across the road, and maybe there's a cul-de-sac, so there's only one road and one access. We don't have trucks going through the countryside breaking up all the tar and chip roads that we've just built, or some of the older ones that are in poorer conditions. We don't have berms on everybody's property. We're not accommodating existing driveways and those kind of things, but we can be in the driver's seat about making the 5 acres that we choose to be very efficient. And maybe those 5 acres, the way that it's parsed up, we can accommodate 10, 15 businesses, all requiring a third of an acre just to have a laydown yard, no berms. And then, but those same 15 businesses in the countryside might gobble up 3 acres per, by the time they modify an existing land holdings with its associated barns, and then we put berms up. And so I think that net overall, and this is something that, we've discussed often in planning, is to be able to control that these trucks for these businesses access good solid roads like our regional road network system, that we don't require a berm for each one of these. We might have one berm along one particular edge or something like that, but we're greatly reducing the amount of space and land that we use for berming or for hiding these businesses through the site plan process. There is a potential that maybe we can even be efficient on septic services or some kind of site plan that allows for one cooperative or collective sewage type system without each one having their own septic beds. Maybe that's on the table when they're all beside each other, but it's off the table when we have to go to every site. So I think that there's a benefit to consolidating these type of businesses into one location, and at the very least we save on the berms. But I think there's other benefits to our road network. So I just want to say that I'm in favor of providing lands available for these types of businesses, these low service businesses, not requiring a lot of services, in one consolidated area. I have no problem with the recommendation either, or it's really not a problem for me, but the recommendation, they've obviously weighted it a little bit in favor of the two sites at Regional Road 12 and Bismarck over the one site in Fulton. But again, that's neither here nor there. I trust that there was a proper weighting, and so I'm in favor of this type of planning. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. There wasn't a question out of all that. I'm just trying to.
No, it was just a more of a comment about the preference that I had
All right.
for this type of planning. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure. So I'm just going to go to Councillor. I just see if Councillor Trebetta is still on his question, or if you wanted to wait till we actually get to the actual motion. So, Councillor Trebetta.
I do have one quick question, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I will save a couple questions for the motion because I'm quite sure there's many people that are in attendance tonight would like to comment. I guess that'll be next, so we might to push this along. So through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Treble, Director. This is an important issue, and I know you did mention it while you're in consultation with Councillor Rayner, that there wasn't a lot of notification of residents. Can I ask why again? There's a lot. These properties are abutting to quite a few properties out there, and I did receive a few phone calls. They didn't know it. It was word of mouth, and they're scrambling to get here tonight. Can you just explain why that process is how it is?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. The process is actually a regional process, and the region drafted at least 2 reports this year inviting participation from residents and property owners across the entire region. And they asked for input by certain deadlines. Then they also at the same time asked municipalities to provide input. So there seems to be a perception that this is a township process, but it is not. We are simply a reporting or commenting agency into the region, and so are they. So the property owners who seem to think we should be doing their work for them should actually be calling the region and expressing their interest, their desire, their concerns to the region directly. We make no decisions here. I'm asking you to endorse a staff recommendation, but it's not the final end of the process. We did consultation based on the questions which talk around impact on the environment, impact on agriculture, impact on soil conditions, and those kind of things, which really don't involve the landowners. However, we are aware of the requests that were put in, and 235 hectares worth of requests came in, but we had no way of talking to all of them. In fact, it's not even our process or our responsibility to talk to all of them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And one further question to Mr. Treble. Does the region's boundary to notification for you, is it the same guidelines as we follow, or how does it work, like through notification?
Through you, Mr. Chair, ultimately at the end of the day, when they get to the point of changing designations and zonings in official plans and zoning bylaws, their process is the same as ours. They'll likely put notice in the newspaper, I would suspect. But yeah, they'll have to follow a process at some point. But right now they're just gathering information. So like the one report said, if you want your land to be considered as part of a hamlet, get your request into the region by July the 2nd. So we're looking at all of those requests. In a couple of cases, there's a couple of add-ons that we feel make sense, but generally it's based on timelines the region has given us.
And that helps me with that answer. Thank you, Mr. Director. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some further questions. I'll save it for the recommendation at the end, Mr. Chair. Like I said, there's probably some residents that are online that probably want to get their comments on for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trebetta. And so I'm just going to look around the room one more time, just see if there's anybody else on committee that wants to add anything. We do have the motion coming up, but right now I don't see any hands. So I'm going to move forward and talk about how members of the virtual gallery can address items on the agenda. So under section 1013, subsections 5 and 6, the general rules to address items on the agenda, 1 hour in total shall be allocated for this section of the agenda, and each individual person shall be only provided 5 minutes to address their issue. Some exceptions may apply. A response may be provided, and the matter may be referred to staff. A person who wishes to discuss a planning application or a matter that can be appealed will be permitted to speak up to 10 minutes. And so at this point, if there are members of the gallery that would like to talk about any item, doesn't have to be what we just recently spoke about. But if there's any item on this agenda, this is a time now to hit your virtual hand. And if you are calling by a landline, again, I think you have to hit *9. So I see a couple hands coming up right now. I'm just going to start on the order that shows on my screen, which is Oz. So Oz, I'll let you, I'm going to permit you to speak here. And then before you get going, Oz, I'm going to, just for the record and for our deputy clerk, I need you to state your name and your address.
Just want to make sure you guys can hear me.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you just fine. Thank you.
Perfect.
My name is Oz Kamal. I'm a partner at MHBC Planning. Our address, our office address is 442 Branch Street, Suite 204, Burlington, Ontario, L7R2G4.
Excellent. Thank you, Oz.
Thank you. And the item that I wanted to speak about, I'm just pulling it up on the agenda here, so bear with me, is item, it hasn't been brought up yet, but it's item, staff report item 12.1, item P102-21.
Okay.
Introduction of new housing types. This is in reference to proposed housekeeping bylaw by staff with respect to back-to-back townhouses. I believe that's correct. If maybe
I believe you're correct. Yes.
Thank you. So the reason that I want to speak on this is because we just recently completed a zoning bylaw amendment for Peter Budd for his subdivision at Station Meadows West, and it was at it was just, the bylaw was just approved in late June, and we had back-to-back townhouses as a permitted use in our bylaw amendment, and the revisions that are proposed tonight in front of committee would, I believe, create a problem for this subdivision to actually go to permit and come to fruition. And the issues are a couple fold. So I'll start with number one. Staff have implemented a new definition for back-to-back townhouses. And previously, back-to-back townhouses were included in the definition of dwelling townhouse. And so what that means is when we did our zoning bylaw amendment, we didn't request that back-to-back townhouses be specifically added as a permitted use because they were already permitted through dwelling townhouse by definition. And dwelling townhouse was permitted in the RM2 and RM3 zones within the bylaw, within the zoning bylaw, through the town's zoning bylaw. So what we did is we asked that certain areas be zoned RM2, RM3 to specifically permit these back-to-back townhouses that are also stacked. And in the largest configuration that we showed that was approved, we had 24 units back-to-back stacked. And now what happens is with the new bylaw is that back-to-back townhouses are only permitted in a new RM4 zone, which we aren't a part of because it didn't exist. And so what I'm worried about is if this goes through as it's proposed, my client, who again just got a zoning bylaw amendment approved, would not be permitted to implement his back-to-back townhouse permissions, which we just got approved. The other thing is there's a couple of items in terms of just clarity, and what I want to make sure that what I'm wondering is if there's an opportunity, if we could get a deferral on committee making a recommendation on this so that we can have an opportunity to speak with staff about this, as it was raised on Friday afternoon that this was coming to committee on Tuesday. So there hasn't been a lot of time to review it given the long weekend, but neither here nor there, we're here now. And so what I'm asking is for a deferral on this item so that we can have an opportunity to speak with staff and just make sure that the subdivision, which again, we literally just got approved, will still be allowed to proceed without requiring another amendment to the bylaw. Some of the other things that are in the sites in the new back-to-back townhouse regulations is maximum number of units that didn't exist before. So again, they have maximum number of units at being 4, 8, or 10. And again, we have 16 and 24 in our approved draft plan. So what I was suggesting is defer making a decision on this. Let us have a clarification discussion with staff, as I was unable to get a hold of staff today. And that way we can make sure that our client, who again just recently got approvals to allow for these types of dwelling units, give him the opportunity to just give us all the opportunity to just make sure that if there's little tweaking items that need to happen in the bylaw, we do it together comprehensively to avoid any unnecessary appeals down the road. Because ideally, we're in support of this. We knew this was coming, so we just want to make sure that there's nothing here that puts anybody offside. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, guys, and we'll bring that. We'll bring staff into it when we get to that item. Okay, so if you just hang tight there for a little bit, maybe that's a question that we can ask. So, thank you. So at this point, Oz, I'll just ask you to mute your yep, perfect. Thank you. And then I'm going to move forward to the next hand I see up, which is Paul. So Paul, I'm just going to permit you to speak. Again, Paul, you're going to state your name for the record as well as your address.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. My name is Paul Lowe's. I'm with SGL Planning and Design. Our address is 1547 Bloor Street West, Toronto, M6P 1A5. I represent the Smithville Landowners Group, and I'm here to speak on item 12.4. We're supportive of the revised recommendation that's been put forward to you by Mr. Trouble, and supportive of the presentation you heard from Mr. Weaver. We've been working quite cooperatively with staff and the consultants on the master community plan and the subwatershed study. We've done a lot of work, and I commend staff and the consultants for the extensive work that's been done. There's still more discussion to be had on the concept plan and on the NHS, which we're working through, and as mentioned in the staff report. We were concerned, though, that the regional land needs assessment numbers were not reflected in the red line that Mr. Weaver put forward, and we're concerned that a greater area may be required to accommodate the regional land needs assessment. We've had discussion over the course of the day with Mr. Weaver and Mr. Trouble, and we've agreed that further discussion will be had so that they can present us with the numbers and we can more understand that. So we're quite supportive of the deferral of the pink area until we further understand that analysis, and we can walk hand in hand to finalize the boundary with the region. So just wanted to say we're supportive of the process to date and supportive of the revised recommendations before you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I'm going to go back through the gallery, see if there's anybody else. This time, I don't see any other hands. So one more time, this is the last. I see Nicholas here, so I'm going to allow Nick to speak. So once, perfect, Nick. So again, if you could state your name for the record as well as your address.
Nick DeFilippis, 44 Mud Street West, Grassy, Ontario, LOR 1M0.
Excellent. Thank you, Nick.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My discussion is about the hamlet expansions that we were just talking about recently. I guess one of the issues, some of the issues, I think some staff committee members have already seen my quick letter from today. And when I heard just Mr. Trouble just say, let's do this right tonight. I think that's partially right. And I think it says this, do this right. And I think saying that do it tonight, I think is a rush. We've just recently gotten this report that's completely different than anything we've seen at the last meeting of September. Recommendations from what were recommended from staff or for the municipality at that previous September meeting when they talked about different expansions in the different hamlets. We see something completely different expressed to us tonight. No real chance to digest it, to comment on it, go over all the logistics that have been presented. And I think a lot of them are wrong. And I can cite a few examples very quickly about, and when I look at the Fulton expansion in that industrial park type setting, I heard the consultants say that, we're looking for lands that are flat. We're looking for lands that are easy to buffer from other uses. That one piece of land there has 22 houses surrounding it in all locations, not all in one area. Some are in one area, some aren't. So all that leads to large types of buffering needs that the mayor was alluding to, and I think unnecessary. And it has to be flat. That has about a 10 to 12 acre piece in the middle of it that's probably 35 feet above the road where they, I guess an illegal dump was operating there for many years and raised the grade considerably against from the neighbors' properties. Probably completely useless and hard to ever develop if it ever does occur. I think what we've done is forgotten what hamlets are all about, these rural hamlets. I mean, lived in the country for 50 years and I'm quite used to hamlets and I have no issue with how they operate. I mean, I think the whole idea of a hamlet is to provide a localized service to a group of residents who may live there and to the immediate farm community with smaller developments. I think having industrial, rural, commercial developments in these hamlets is a great idea, but they don't need to be large scale. This is not the city center or the town center where you have all your industry localized together. These are small areas. They lend themselves to smaller businesses, smaller land pieces. You don't need 5 acres to do certain types of businesses. If they are, then they're really not businesses that belong in hamlets. And so I think we've, like I said, lost focus of what a hamlet is all about and how they should be treated. The development of hamlets is pretty well specified in the provincial policy and how hamlets should develop at crossroads and how they should, sort of be unified at that intersection and so on and so forth. This, for example, Fulton's completely disregards that policy. I understand that the region is mandating this. Unfortunately, they've been very poor in letting anybody know what's going on, other than a handful of issues that we've received from the town, which we have. Even that's been sporadic and not consistent. Whether the region needs to be more proactive in getting, the individual property owners more involved, that's another concern. But I don't think that this should be pushed through tonight. I think it should be deferred and allowed to be public comment. There's been no public comment on what we've seen tonight. No public input. The last thing that we saw, September 13th, was completely different than this. Now all of a sudden we're saying, this is the report, the consultant said this is great. Let's go through. That's it. We have no other choice, or else the region's going to ram it down our throat. Well, and we've been late getting it to them. Let's not make it wrong just because we're late. I think you said this is a 30-year plan. We don't make 30-year plans in a day, and that's sort of what's happening today. Because this report was made public to most people today or over the weekend. And here we are on a Tuesday night trying to resolve those issues. I can certainly, and I will elaborate as it goes further through the process and pick apart what I think is not correct about all this, but I don't think that we should just be pushing this through because we're at the 11th hour and we should have done it 9 hours ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Okay. And I'm going to go back through the virtual room again to see if there's any other members that want to address any other items. Just scanning through. Not seeing any. Okay, so that being the case, we're going to move forward to consent items. All items listed below, sorry, just making sure I'm unmuted again. All items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial and can be approved by a resolution. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests it, in which case the item will be removed from the consent resolution and considered immediately following the adoption of the remaining consent agenda items. So the recommendation that under the Planning, Building, Environmental Committee hereby approves the following consent items. 1, items 1, 2, and 3 be and are hereby received for information. And 2, items 4 and 5 be and are hereby received, and that the recommendations contained therein be adopted, with the exceptions of item numbers, and there's currently none, but I think there's going to be at least one. So we're going with the first item, which is multiple wind turbine working group minutes, March 12th, 2020, May 13th, 2021, and July 8th, 2021. 2, technical report PD-112-2021, zoning bylaw amendment, post-time services, Kevin Vanderweer. And 3, technical report PD-113-2021, zoning bylaw amendment, 7005, concession road 4. JCT Services, and then there's recommendation report PD 111-2021 site plan approval authorization 3651 16 Road Cavalier de Gestion Domaine Quilis, and 5 recommendation report PD-116-2021 amendments to several township bylaws to allow enforcement through the non-parking administrative monetary penalty system, otherwise known as AMPS. And that bylaw is 2020-84. So I believe I need a mover. So I have Councillor Rayner and Mayor Bylsma. Any items being removed? I'll go to Councillor Rayner first.
Yes, Mr. Chair, can you pull number 3, please?
Number 3 being technical, or sorry, the concession road 4. Okay, so that is now number 3 is pulled. Any other items to be pulled by any members of council? Not seeing or hearing any, so I will call the vote on that. All those in favor, with the exception of number 3. Okay, that carries. And so I'll give Councillor Rayner the floor to speak to item number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Rayner, to interrupt. Can we have a mover and seconder for that?
Correct. So we have Councillor Rayner as the mover. If I can get a second, I got Mayor Bylsma as the seconder for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica.
Okay.
You're good.
All right. I have a lot of concerns with regards to this. Number 1, it was an illegal operation, and I guess they have neighbors that said something, or somebody else did. It doesn't really matter. The point is that our own township staff have 6 unanswered questions. And the gentleman who presented said it was an interpretation of the planning policy. That to me didn't sit well, because I'm sure our staff know how to properly interpret the planning policy. So there's parts of this that just are very uncomfortable to me. I gather this is a technical report, which normally goes through anyways. So it's kind of a say what you want now, but you got a better chance to say it later. But there's just parts of this that are just uncomfortable to me. And I just, under normal circumstances, I guess, like I said, it's a technical report, so I really wasting everybody's time. We should just let it go through, and then we'll deal with it when it comes back. But anyways, I just want to let everybody know that there are parts of this, and I'm sure we've got a lot more questions to ask in the next round.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Councillor Braderick had disclosed a conflict of interest with this as well, so she'll not be participating in the vote. Any other comments or questions around this? Not seeing any, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, that passes. And that's just a technical report that passes, so that will go forward. We have no communications tonight, so we're going to move forward to the staff reports. And it's either nice and lengthy for me, so I'll do my best not to trip over the words. All right, so item P10221, Planner 2, Garrett Borma, and Director of Planning and Building, Brian Treble. Recommendation report number PD 109-2021, Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2017-70, as amended, housekeeping amendment number 5, introduction of new housing types. And the recommendation, excuse me, and the recommendation is that report PD 109-2021 regarding recommendation report housekeeping amendment number 5 to the zoning bylaw 2017-70 as amended, introduction of new housing types dated October 12th, 2021 be received. And that section 3417 of the Planning Act apply, and that no further public meeting is required. And that an application for a zoning bylaw amendment 1601-012-21 initiated by the Township of West Lincoln and corresponding zoning bylaw be approved and passed. And that staff be authorized to circulate the notice of decision for the zoning bylaw amendment with the corresponding 20-day appeal period. And so I need a mover and a seconder for that. So if I got Mayor Bylsma and Councillor Ganand, and so this is your chance to ask any more questions, or, okay, so I got Councillor Trombetta and then Councillor Yonker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Treble, we did have some comments from a member of the public in regards to this. Can you just follow up, because some things were said that there wasn't enough time, and there's some things that are happening in this housekeeping that maybe he wasn't aware about? Can you just touch on it, please?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the housekeeping that Mr. Kemmel was referring to was a public meeting that was held last month where we discussed back-to-back towns and stacked towns and whatnot. And the message that staff had was that we wanted to have parent zoning regulations in our zoning bylaw so that we had explicit provisions for each development to follow. I think what Oz is really pointing out is exactly what caused us concern in the first place, and that was that, you know, previous to that, we had done individual zoning on individual sites, and at the end of the day, we'd have a heck of a mess if each developer had its own separate provisions for back-to-backs and stacked. So we have put together the parent provisions. We believe it's appropriate to proceed with recommending approval tonight. We do not believe that any of the bylaw provisions that we've put forward jeopardize the Station Meadows West site. But Garrett and I have been communicating, and we're of the opinion that we will have a meeting with Oz and whoever else he'd like to bring to the table prior to the council meeting, so that if there is something that's caught in the meantime, we can bring it forward at council, but that lets us keep things moving tonight. That's our recommendation, Mr. Chair, is that we proceed, but we hold a meeting before council. And should something be clearly at issue that we're not aware of, that we could, you know, recommend council not pass the bylaw that night or simply not put it on the council agenda, and that gives us a chance to review, rectify, but keep the process moving. It certainly was not our intent to impact the Mr. Budd zoning provisions, but it was our intent to have parent provisions in the bylaw so that going forward, we're in good shape. So I don't know if that made sense, Mr. Chair, but we're recommending that we proceed, and we will meet with Oz as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you. That's a great answer, Mr. Director. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other member? Oh, so I had Councilor Yonker. Sorry. Go ahead, Councilor.
I was going to ask the exact same question, so well answered, and thanks for answering my question quite well as well. So thank you. Good.
Perfect. Any other members of council? Not seeing or hearing any, so I'm going to call the question. I have my mover and second. Yeah, I think it was Councilor Rayner and the mayor, right? So all those in favor? Okay, that passes, or carries, I should say. So we're going to move forward to item, make sure I'm not getting my screen here. 10321, Planner 2, Garrett Borman, Director of Planning and Building, Brian Treble. Recommendation report, PD 96 2021, Mars Home, Smithville West Inc. Thrive draft plan of subdivision and rezoning, file number 2000-09020 and 1601-1020. And the recommendation is that the report, PD 96 2021, regarding recommendation report, Mars Home, Smithville West Inc. Thrive draft plan of subdivision and rezoning, file number 2000-9020 and 1601-1020, dated October 12th, 2021, be received. And that section 3417 of the Planning Act apply, and that no further public meeting is required. And that the application for a zoning bylaw amendment 1601-10-20 submitted by Mars Home, Smithville West Inc. and as revised by the Township of West Lincoln and as found in attachment 5 be approved, and that a corresponding bylaw be passed. And that the township staff are authorized to commence an official plan amendment to adjust the northwest quadrant secondary plan to relocate the high density designation to block 82 and a portion of block 86 if required. And that the draft plan in subdivision file number 2100-09020 be approved, and as per attachment 1, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, Chapter P13, and regulations thereunder, subject to the conditions contained in attachment number 6 to this report, PD 96 2021, and that the applicant be advised that the township draft approval of this plan of a subdivision will lapse 3 years from the date of the draft approval unless the township council grants an extension of the approval period. If an extension is requested, an update review will occur and revisions to the conditions of the draft plan approval may be necessary at that time. And finally, that staff be authorized to circulate the notice of decision for the draft plan of a subdivision within a corresponding 20-day appeal period. So I need a mover and Councillor Ganand and Councillor Broderick. So the motion's on the floor. If anybody would like to speak to this, I'm not seeing any, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Okay, that item carries. Moving along to item P10421, Planner 2 Garrett Borma and Director of Planning and Building Brian Treble, recommendation report PD 97-2021, application for zoning bylaw amendment and site plan approval 6696 Canberra Road, Carlton, Kamlookanova, file number 1601-00621, that the report PD 97-2021 regarding recommendation report application for zoning bylaw amendment and site plan approval 6696 Canberra Road of Carlton, Kamlooka, file number 1601-00621 dated October 12, 2021 be received. That section 3417 of the Planning Act apply and that no further public meeting is required. 3, that an application for the zoning bylaw amendment 1601-00621 submitted by Stephen Rivers on behalf of Michael Carlton and Azagil Kamlookanova, apologize if I said that name wrong again, and amended by the township staff and corresponding bylaw as found in attachment 4 be approved and passed, and that staff be authorized to circulate the notice of decision for the zoning bylaw amendment with the corresponding 20-day appeal period. And finally, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to enter into a site plan agreement with the owners and any mortgagees, and that a corresponding bylaw be passed. And so if I can have a member of council move and second that, I have Councillor Yonker. If I can get a seconder, Councillor Broderick, and any questions or comments? I got Councillor Ganand.
Thank you. Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say how pleased I am to see that the proposed growth in the number of yurts is tied to the growth in the agricultural component of this application. I think when it came forward, it was a little bit foggy. They had great plans about things they hope to do. And, you know, we all have great hopes as to how we think something's going to play out. But the fact that there is now an obligation to connect those two things, the stages that they're doing in terms of doing their produce that they want to sell to restaurants and the general public, is tied to the other portion that they're able to do in terms of, you know, have this adventure in the country and stay in a yurt, sort of go hand in glove. So kudos to staff for making that happen. I think that was an important aspect to seeing this progress.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other members of council wish to address this? Not seeing or hearing any, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? All right, and that carries. So moving on to item P10521. That report PD 11521 regarding recommendation report proposed Smithville urban boundary for growth to 2051 to be included in new regional official plan dated October 12th, 2021 be received, and that the proposed urban boundary of Smithville to accommodate growth to 2021 as illustrated on attachment 1 as attached to this report be and is hereby endorsed by the Township of Council, and that staff be and are hereby authorized to advise regional staff and council of this endorsement prior to the ratification of council for the purposes of inclusion of the proposed new Smithville urban boundary into the draft new regional official plan, and that the Township Committee and Council hereby request that the transportation mapping schedule of the new regional official plan include identification of the proposed Niagara Escarpment crossing in general proximity to the Bartlett Avenue interchange and the Smithville bypass as a northerly connection around Smithville, and that upon regional council acceptance of the new Smithville urban boundary as proposed herein, the Township Planning Department staff will commence the corresponding work to amend the township official plan accordingly, and that the township committee and council endorsement is based on the following conditions. And so we got a few of them, so I'm almost there. That detailed environmental mapping that implements the high-level environmental conditions of the study area as currently depicted on the draft preferred concept plan shall be further refined at a time of the secondary plan and individual development applications. That's A. B is that the transportation, sewer, water, and storm sewer master plan work shall continue and shall determine how the service is proposed urban boundary, and including the continuation to continue to work with the region on the bypass concept and escarpment crossing concept. C, that the new and expanded services to be required and as identified through the such master plan work will be referred to a future review of the development changes backyard study for review and revision as required. D, that the policies permitting and supporting appropriate agricultural uses within the urban boundary until such time as a phasing policy adjusts the area of permitted growth. And E, that the appropriate phasing policies shall be included in the corresponding township official plan that will implement the new boundary by ensuring that the development is tied to the ability to provide adequate servicing, including transportation linkages. And finally, F, that the area only develops in accordance with the above master plans, phasing plans, and environmental protections following the design and approval of block plans or secondary plans as established in the policy. So I'm going to need a mover for that one. I have Mayor Bylsma, a seconder. I have Councilor Ganand. And any questions or comments? I got Mayor Bylsma up first.
So a lot has already been said. So just I guess I think that this is the one thing that I wanted to add further to my comments earlier was just simply I find this to be a very balanced. If you look at the map, and that tends to be what we talk around the proposals, there are a lot of colors on there, and those colors represent different uses. And I think one of our greatest fears, and of course this is going to roll out across 30 years. So I think Councillor Rayner, Councillor Ganand, Councillor Bradrick, Councillor Trombetta, they remember what Smithville looked like 30 years ago. And I'm a relative newbie. I've only been here for 20 years, the second go around. But if we can consider where we were 30 years ago and how the town has grown, and we've grown responsibly, and I would think that continues. But one of the things that great fears that we would become some kind of emerging bedroom town of Hamilton or commuters out of Toronto, those kind of things. And I think that this plan represents a broad mixed use of not only residential styles, but also a healthy dose of industrial lands, a healthy dose of commercial lands. And it gives our town that puts us in the driver's seat in terms of how we view our town as our kind of our own entity. We're fiercely independent, but at the same time, welcoming to all. So I just wanted to kind of add to my comments from earlier, and just to add those that I'm very comfortable with, especially the mixed use and the broad range of growth that's being applied to the municipality over the next 30 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have Councillor Rayner, then Councillor Ganand.
Thank you. Just to further add to the mayor who's been here 20 years, I've been here just over 40 now. And part of the reason I came to West Lincoln was the fact it was agriculture. That's my degree from University of Guelph. That's my love in life. And that's why I came here, and protecting those interests so that my children and their children down the road can enjoy the things that brought me here is why I'm so passionate about what I do with regards to do as much as I can to protect the agricultural business in the town. But this particular layout, like I said, surprised me. I was very pleased that it wasn't more acreage. I hate to see that much go, but as Steve said, it's down to 250 probably hectares, which is less than what I thought. I was pleased that pink area was not included. I hope it doesn't get included. Obviously, they put that red area on the boundary of it, south of it, because they felt they had adequate land. I know there are developers and stuff who are trying to have that included for their own financial gain, but this is about the future of the town, not about how much money we put in people's pockets. So it's important that we do something that reflects the main character of the town, and that is achieve what the region and the province wants us to do on the basic minimum. And that's what Mr. Treble's done. And he said he's been even below the number they wanted, which is fantastic, but also keep it tight and close and minimize the loss of good agricultural land. And if we have to use the land, use the poor land. And I think this really surprised me. I was really worried about this. But I feel very good tonight about this situation, and I think it's got a long-term future for this township, and it's going to respect the interests of everybody. So I'm actually very pleased, and I thank Steve for putting that together. I think it was well done.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Ganam, before I come to you, I kind of missed our Director of Planning who had his hand up just before Councillor Rayner spoke. So I'll go to our Director first, and I'll come back to you.
I defer to the Director.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't mean to interject in the middle. I'm happy to speak at the end. But, and it actually ties into what Councillor Rayner was just saying. In order to complete the full recommendation, it probably is beneficial to speak to those pink lands that the councillor was speaking to, and identify them as deferred lands, which then means that nothing can happen with those lands unless it comes back to you guys. And you guys have the ability to have a say over that. So what I'm recommending, Mr. Chair, if I may, it was a long enough recommendation as it was, I know.
Are you adding something to it?
I'm adding something, if you can imagine. I'm suggesting that we add a new number 6 and make number 6 number 7. And
Okay.
that's to speak to these pink lands. So I'm suggesting, and I think Jessica has this language already, that the remaining study area lands north of the hydro corridor and outside the proposed urban boundary be endorsed as a deferred area for further consideration through the remainder of the master community plan process.
Okay. So I'm going to go to our mover and seconder to see if they have any objections to add that. I have thumbs up, so I believe we're good. Okay. So that's. Oh,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
Here. Because this is an addition to the amendment, I would say it would be carried as amended. So I would actually do both of them to be
So
carried.
2 votes.
Yeah.
So you want to vote on the amendment? I was just trying to save you a little legwork.
I know.
Okay.
I know, but because it is
I tried.
a good addition, yeah, I know.
Okay. It's
I
okay.
appreciate it. But if we could get a mover and a seconder for that amendment.
Okay.
Carried
So
and
let's.
amended.
Okay, so let's just park that for a second. We will talk about that. I'm going to go back to Councillor Ganan, and then I'll go to Councillor Yonker, and then maybe we'll have somebody bring that forward.
Okay, so thank you. I'll be brief. First of all, we attended the first public input session in January of 2020. And I really want to commend Steve and his team of people that he worked with, all of them, who took that very broad, very general first meeting and brought it to the point over a series of many opportunities for the public to have input into this. And so if people chose to do so, they certainly had ample opportunity. And the second thing I want to point out is that while we're looking at this new land around, I just thought part of this discussion should be the fact that we make sure the public are aware that we must be also doing that infilling. So when they heard about Peter Budd's development through the conversation with Oz, or whether they heard about the Mars development, those are already inside the urban boundary. And we need to be working on those things before we start moving out, or at least in equal time. And so I just think that it was important to add that extra piece to this discussion so that people are aware that we aren't suddenly abandoning spots that are already inside the urban area and looking at moving out. This is just planning for the next 30 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Yonker? Did you, oh, sorry, I thought I saw your hand up earlier. Did you not have a question or a comment?
Yeah, my internet's acting up on like crazy on my. I was just going to mention that there's 2 motions that are separated. That's what he was trying to put one added into the first one.
So
what the clerk said was right. I'm yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I
I'm
wasn't
following it now.
Okay, I don't think anybody was
Yeah.
questioning the clerk. If anything, she knows it better than us. So,
No.
yeah, so that, okay. So before we bring that forward, I guess I'll just make a couple quick comments. Is actually, Councilor Gannon and I are kind of in the same frame of mind there as far as how the rollout of it could go. And the last thing I think any of us want to see is one end of the boundary getting developed and working inward. And, you know, as we know, when people move in, they kind of get the perception, you know, if there's green space over there, it's going to always be green space. And I think if we work outward, it's probably going to allow people who are moving in a better understanding of what the growth is going to be versus maybe some of the misperception that can come from that. So I fully agree with that. And as my Councilor Gannon and myself, I believe the mayor as well, we've gone to all the PIC meetings and we've heard from, you know, the presentations to, you know, hearing from emails and people's, you know, input. So I think it's a good reflection of all of that. So that being said, so we have a suggestion by our director of planning for amendment. Can I get somebody to actually bring that forward? Because we have to vote on that separately. So if I got Councilor Rayner, if I can get a seconder for that as well. I have Councilor Gannon. So we're going to vote on, so I'm going to go back to the deputy clerk for a second. So Jessica, can you just confirm what the amendment that we have that the director had read? We're going to vote on this first before we vote on it as a whole, right?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. So you're going to vote on the amendment and then go back to the original motion and vote on that.
Okay. So at this time we have a mover and seconder. If there's any questions about the amendment, speak now. Otherwise I'll call the vote. Not seeing or hearing anything. All in favor of the amendment? Okay. Anybody opposed? Okay. So that amendment carries. We'll now go to the item as a whole, including that amendment. And so if we can, to our deputy clerk, can you just read the amendment again, just to make sure we all heard it very clearly as we've had it in this?
Yes. So the amendment is that item P105-21 of the Planning, Building, Environmental Committee regarding recommendation report number PD 115-2021, proposed Smithville urban boundary for growth to 2051 be included in the new regional official plan is be amended as follows. 1, that the remaining study areas lands north of the hydro corridor and outside of the proposed urban boundary be endorsed as deferred area for further consideration through the remainder of the master community plan MCP process, and that this addition become number 6 to the recommendation and that the existing 6 become number 7.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to ask everyone one more time if they have any other questions as we're voting on the whole item as amended. Councilor Rayner, go ahead.
Yes, through to Jessica. Does that include, as Mr. Treble said, that it has to only change through the direction of council?
That is the amendment that the director brought forward. Yes.
All right. Could you read that part of that again, if you don't mind, please, just for clarification?
Sure. That the remaining study areas north of the hydro corridor and outside the proposed urban boundary be endorsed as deferred area for further consideration through the remainder of the master community plan process.
Just doesn't exactly say that, though, does it?
I think it's okay. So we'll go to our director for a second.
Sorry, it was broken up too. When you're talking, it's breaking up. My internet's not the greatest.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, it's the way it's worded, which is odd, but it's because we're endorsing it. But because it's called a deferred area, it's not part of your recommendation, but it's still being studied so that it can come back to you guys. That's really what it's saying. So it's not part of the recommendation because it's deferred. That's the key word.
It's not even being recommended. It's deferred, right? So it's kind of parked. So that would always have to come back to council or committee as a whole to endorse, including that, if that were to even ever happen.
But the consulting team is still looking at it. That's sort of the last.
Yeah, that's all it is. So by endorsing it doesn't make that happen. If somebody out there wanted it, they'd have to bring it forward separately. That makes sense, Councillor?
Yes, as long as if anything should change, as long as it comes back to council, whether it's this one, the next one, or the one after, it doesn't matter. As long as they have the last say, that's all I ask.
Okay, that is actually what it implies. So. All right, any other questions or comments by anyone? Not seeing or hearing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Okay, that carries. We're going to move forward to item, make sure I'm not skipping one here, item P10621. And make sure I'm still not muted. Okay, so Planner 2, Garrett Borma, and Director of Planning and Building, Brian Treble, recommendation report, PD 117-2021, rural hamlet boundary adjustments for rural residential and rural employment purposes to inform regional official plan work. And the recommendation is that report, PD 117-2021, regarding the recommendation report, rural hamlet boundary adjustments for rural residential and rural employment purposes to inform regional official plan work, dated October 12th, 2021, be received, and that the proposed hamlet boundary technical adjustments for East Boyle and Bismarck, as depicted on the maps at attachment 2 to this report, be and are hereby endorsed by the Township Committee and Council for inclusion in the new regional official plan. And 3, that the proposed hamlet boundary rounding out amendments for Abington, Wellandport, and Fulton, as depicted on the maps as attachment 3 to this report, be and are hereby endorsed by the Township Committee and Council for inclusion in the new regional official plan. And 4, that the proposed hamlet boundary expansion for Casterville, as depicted on the map attachment 4 to this report, be and are hereby for endorsed. That's worded funny. Hereby endorsed by the Township Committee and Council for inclusion into the new regional official plan. And 5, that the recommended concept 2 employment park in Fulton are depicted in the maps at attachment 5 to this report, being are hereby endorsed by the Township Committee and Council for inclusion in the new regional official plan. And 6, that the endorsements as outlined above the provided regional staff prior to the ratification of this report by the Township Council. And finally, 7, that upon regional council acceptance of these new hamlet boundaries as proposed herein, the Township Planning Department staff will commence corresponding work to amend the Township official plan hamlet boundaries to correspond with the to correspond to the approved regional mapping accordingly, and will include policy relating to the technical adjustments benefiting the existing lot fabric only. And there's actually number 8, it's on my other page, that the township requests the region provide an update to the township once the review has been completed. So if I can get somebody to move that. I have Councillor Trombetta and I have Councillor Braderick. And questions or comments first by anybody? I got Councillor Rayner and then Councillor Trombetta.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to the mayor. I believe you said earlier that the preference was Regional Road 12 in Bismarck over Fulton, or did I?
No, I think Mayor Bills was speaking to the centralized one, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm going to defer to the Brian Treble. I was indifferent. The recommendation was the 2 smaller ones, I believe.
Well, yeah, on this resolution or recommendation, it's the other way around. But okay, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies. Through you, Dan and his staff in their independent review recommended Region Road 12 and Bismarck as their preferred, but he indicated it was, just marginally ahead of Fulton. So their report recommends Region Road 12 and Bismarck. We're saying Fulton. And I guess I'm saying that for a couple of reasons, but ultimately it's council's decision because you can go either way. The concept of being decentralized does intrigue me, but the Region Road 12 site is a very active dairy farm operation, and I really don't think they're going to give up the land. I think they need that land for their dairy operation purposes, and allowing for non-farm uses across the road simply adds potential complaints to their dairy operation, which is on the south side of Highway 20 at that location. And equally at the sort of northwest corner, there are 3 chicken barns run by a very prominent farm family in this township that have some restrictions as well. The Fulton one, although not ideal, as Mr. DeFilippis identified, does have what I call Mount Fulton inside the study area. It's the property to the east of that is actually the main parcel being looked at, which is the old worm farm. And it's not that long ago, I actually had that individual speaking to me saying, it's not farmland, it's awful land, it's full of crap, and I need to do something other than farm it. So it seemed like not a bad fit when our consultant brought that along. It's an opportunity, whereas I'm not sure Regional Road 12 is going to present that same opportunity for us. So that's kind of how we landed where we did, which isn't to say we're completely contrary to Dan, it's just we chose his very close second.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Through to Mr. Trouble. But one person who spoke tonight had a good point. There is 10 million cubic yards of somebody else's garbage piled behind it. That's been an eyesore, and who knows what it's done to drainage back there, but it certainly hasn't, it hasn't been a good thing. How is that? That's right behind the worm farm, isn't it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it's the next property to the west. We've had some discussion at the Zoom table, I guess I'll call it, with the regional staff as well. Ultimately, this is a regional staff decision and a regional council decision, once again, as we've talked about earlier. But we were looking only at the worm farm, and the region basically said, you know what, it probably makes sense to look at that whole corner right up to South Grimsby 19, because you've got non-farm uses all the way up and around the corner, and just sort of look at that whole chunk as one area. But the focus would be on the worm farm. I don't see where the Mount Fulton is going to be very productive, and the other properties are more or less already occupied.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Any other members of council? Okay, Councillor Trombetta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Trouble. If looking at the Fulton, there's a preliminary township consideration, that yellow piece that's in that map. I just confused why just that piece is considered like that's small. That's only maybe like 3/4 of an acre, if possible. There, I wouldn't know how much that is. Like, who comes up with the decision of like just that corner there is what I'm asking.
So through you, Mr. Chair, again, this is ultimately going to be a regional staff and regional council decision. We looked at the lands on the east side, and sorry, I'm just trying to find the map in the report.
On the PDF, it's page 430.
Thank you, sir. The east side, which I believe is the side that you're looking at,
correct,
is it's got limitations. I guess the first limitation, provincial mapping, is identifying that the area is actually meant to be a natural environment feature. The province is telling us that they want that entire parcel identified, I suspect, as a corridor for wildlife movement. And therefore, our mapping should be showing that entire parcel as environmental. Coupled with that, you have chicken barns just to the east. So there were some MDS setbacks as well that complicated the ability to develop that property. And even if those two weren't there, then you have a PSW on part of the property. So about the best you could hope for is development of the frontage on the north side of the highway. And one of the considerations that was put on the table last month, I believe by the mayor, and rightly so, was we don't want to slow traffic down. We want to design in such a way as to allow for, internal access or whatever, and not start chopping up the frontage and create all sorts of driveways onto the main road, which that probably would end up doing. So for a number of reasons, we thought making it squared off was about the best we could probably hope for there. But, I know Mr. DeFilippis has concerns about that, and I would strongly encourage that he speak to regional staff, present his thoughts to the region, let them deliberate even further on it. I know Mr. Chris Miller is actually still in attendance at this meeting tonight on behalf of the region, so they are listening to what we're talking about and doing. And I would encourage Nick to reach out to Chris.
Excellent.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Rayner, did I see your hand up again there?
Yes, you did. If you don't mind, I just have a quick question, trying to understand the logic here. I still convert everything to paper. That way I can take notes. And when Dan Curry was speaking with regards to justification for employment, He said, and I quote, "the Northwest because it's closer to Hamilton." So based on that, and the question I asked the mayor, which he said it was Regional Road 12 in Bismarck, and then the director of planning said it was our decision to say it was Fulton. Why wasn't it Mr. Curry's decision also to say it was Fulton, based on the statement that the Northwest is the best option because it's closer to Hamilton? Bismarck is one heck of a long ways away from Hamilton as compared to Fulton.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think Dan is actually still on, so I don't know if we want to get Dan's input, but I think what Dan was thinking based on that mapping, if you pull the map up that he was using without identifying individual properties, there are some out in the middle of the Gainsborough Township area that are also identified as illegal type uses that we are chasing down. So although the majority are in the Northwest, they're not all in the Northwest. So there is some benefit to providing an opportunity in the Gainsborough area. I think that's kind of where he landed.
It's just based on that statement to me, as Fulton was a no-brainer. Just bang, it's done. Like that's you're 2 minutes down the road from the Hamilton border. Like you can't get closer to Hamilton than that unless you're in the town, unless you're in the city, which you don't want to do. Anyways, thanks.
All right. Any other members of the committee have any other questions or comments? Not seeing or hearing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Okay, and that carries. So that brings us to other business under item P107 21. Members of committee, other business matters of informative nature. Anybody have anything to report of informative nature wise? I have Councilor Ganand and then Mayor Bylsma.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, a reminder that the Chamber of Commerce Virtual Business Awards event is October 21st. When you say October 21st, it still seems like a ways away, but since we're already on the 12th, we really are narrowing it down. And so if you're interested in listening in and supporting those businesses, you can contact Denise for information to become part of another Zoom meeting.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I was able to take part in their luncheon just the other day, so it's looking forward to that. That was for the three of them, but
yeah, I had a conflict, so I'm glad that somebody from our council.
Yes.
Was there. Good.
So Mayor Bylsma, sorry, I think I saw your hand up.
Yeah, so I just wanted to highlight something that's happening tomorrow morning, and I thank our CAO for re-prompting it. I saw the invitation for something called a teeny conference, and it's I think it was all sent out to all of the counselors, but I will be attending. The particular one is actually about how to be welcoming. After the conclusion of tonight's, I think it's absolutely appropriate that tomorrow morning, first thing, I'll be attending a conference where the primary subject matter is how to be welcoming to all the new people that are going to show up across the next 30 years. So that includes businesses and commercial enterprises and residents. And so I think it's perfectly timed, and so I just wanted to highlight that. I'll be making a couple of notes, perhaps, and just wanted you to be aware that is taking place. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any other member? Oh, I got Councilor Yonker.
Yeah, just it was in the minutes there of the wind turbine group there, but that was 3 meetings that we had in one item. So I just thought I'd point that out. And amazingly, when you look back at it, the last one live was March 12th. That was live, and then there's been 2 virtual. So it's been a little bit tougher to get together as virtually on that group. But they are still working on it. There's one coming up shortly that I'm hoping I can attend, but I might have a conflict of interest. So I might be asking Mr. Mayor to attend that if he can, but we'll see. And then also, yeah, I was going to mention the awards night, but thank you, Cheryl, for mentioning that. And I was going to encourage, staff, counselors and to attend and thank our hardworking employees, businessmen that are struggling and have got through this so far, and just continue the good work when it comes to the business in this community. So good. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. And so at this point, I don't think there's anybody else. So I'll move to new business to see if there's any items of new business. Not seeing or hearing anyone. I'll just make one last note to just thank everybody who showed up tonight, both virtually and also online, live streaming wise. And I think tonight was pretty successful. So with all that being said, I'm going to adjourn the meeting at 9:45 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good.
Good night.